אני כאן עם הרב אהרן לרנר, הוא פסיכותרפיסט, יש לו מומחיות בעולם של ה-ADHD, הוא כתב ספר בעברית, תרגמו את זה לכמה שפות, זה הסתובב בעולם, הוא גם עובד בשיטה קבוצתית עם הורים של ילדים עם ADHD ובצורה דינמי, הוא גם בן אדם מאוד מעניין, גם מדבר אנגלית, טוב מאוד. ויש לנו, זה כבוד בשבילנו לפגוש אותו כאן בשביל הקשיבה. אוקיי, אז אני אמרתי שאתה פסיכותרפיסט, אבל ואיך הגעת לתחום של ה-ADHD, איך זה התחיל, ומה אתה יכול לספר לנו על המסע שלך בתחום הזה?
אוקיי, אז אני התחלתי לפני 22 שנה את הלימודים. התחלתי יותר בתחום הליקוי למידה, פרופסור פוירשטיין, למדתי שמה, ואחר כך עבדתי בזה 6 שנים. חיפשתי משהו יותר רגשי לעבוד, אז עברתי אחר כך ללמוד את התחום הפסיכותרפיה. למדתי את זה אחרי הסטאז' של שנים, ופתחתי את הקליניקה שלי בירושלים ובבית שמש, של חצי שבוע אני שמה, חצי שבוע שמה. עם הזמן פגשתי בחורים, אברכים. עם הזמן ראיתי אברכים שמתמודדים במצבים נפשיים, רגשיים, וכאלו גם עם מצבים רוחניים קשים. מה שמצאתי, מכנה משותף ביניהם, זה המצוקה שהם עברו במשך שנים, שהם לא ידעו על מה הם מתמודדים, מה הקושי שהם מתמודדים עם זה. שזה בעצם היה ADHD, והם לא ידעו בעצם בכלל שיש להם את זה. ועל המקום הזה שהיה להם ADHD שנים ולא קיבלו מענה והתמודדו, הם הגיעו למצב רגשי מאוד קשה, מצב נפשי, רוחני, הכל מהמקום שלא ידעו ולא קיבלו את המענה.
כי לא היה להם כלים להתמודד עם מה שהיה להם.
לא היה להם כלים כתוצאה, הם לא יודעים בכלל מה עובר עליהם, למה אני שונה מכולם, למה כולם מצליחים ואני לא. הדבר הזה מלווה את הילד שנים. הסביבה לא מגיבה בצורה מסוימת שמאוד קשה לו, זה מביא, אחרי הרבה שנים, זה מביא לילדים למסקנות מאוד קשות על עצמם. האם אני בכלל בריא? מה קורה לי? כל מיני מסקנות מאוד קשות. אם יש לי בכלל קשר לרוחניות, אם השם רוצה אותי, כאילו כל מיני מסקנות קשות. האם אני חולה? ראיתי את הדבר הזה, ראיתי את המקום שבציבור, בכלל, בעולם, מאוד חסר המודעות להבין מה זה ADHD. אז הלכתי לחקור את העניין, ללמוד את הנושא, מפן הדינמי, מפן ההתנהגותי, מכל מיני זוויות, ללמוד ולחקור את הנושא של ADHD. זה משני כיוונים. קודם כל, מה זה? ואחר כך, מה הכלים? מה זה, יש פה, אפשר לראות את מה זה ADHD, כמו ה-DSM כותב, 3 קטגוריות. זה מתחיל ב-concentration, החלק השני זה impulsive, החלק השלישי זה hyperactive, וזהו. כל חלק, יש פה כמה 6 עד 9 סעיפים, שאתה עושה V, יש או אין, ואם יש לו רוב, אז הוא ADHD, הוא מקבל את התואר ADHD. אבל עם זה בעצם אתה לא יודע מה לעשות עם זה. אתה מקבל, אוקיי, אתה מקבל מתנה, תעודה ADHD, מה אתה עושה עם זה? בעצם מה שחפשתי, להבין את הנפש של הילד. חקרתי ופגשתי מאות ילדים ואברכים, מבוגרים שיש להם ADHD. שלמדתי עליהם לא רק מללמוד עליהם, גם מהשטח, עם מה הם מתמודדים, מה בעצם הסיפור שלהם. ומכאן הגעתי להבין מה זה ADHD והתחלתי לכתוב. מי שאמר לי הראשון לכתוב זה האדמו"ר מבלץ, שקרא לי ואמר לי לכתוב, הוא הדריך אותי איך לכתוב, הוא הדריך אותי את הספר הזה, איך לכתוב ומה לכתוב, כאילו איך הסגנון. אחד מהדברים שהוא אמר, אני לא רוצה שתכתוב לי פה מילים קשות, מילים של פרופסור, אני רוצה מילים קטנות שכל הורה ידע להבין מה זה. בכל אופן, יש פה המושג של להבין מה זה ADHD, שזה מאוד מאוד רחב, הרבה יותר רחב מהשלוש הקטגוריות האלו. ומה החשיבות להבין מה זה ADHD? החשיבות הוא, כשאתה מבין מה זה, אתה מבין למה הילד עושה מה שהוא עושה. מה מביא אותו לעשות? כשאתה לא מבין, זה נראה רוע, זה נראה משהו מאוד מוזר, מאוד... ואתה לא יודע איך לקבל את זה, איך לאכול את זה. וואו, עם איזה ילד נפלתי פה. בעצם כשאתה מבין מה זה ADHD, לעומק, אתה מבין מה קורה לו. בכל התנהגות אתה מבין, וואו, אני יודע למה הוא עושה את זה. זה חלק ראשון. חלק שני, אתה גם מבין איך אתה צריך לפעול במקום כזה. אם הילד בעצם עושה משהו, אתה מבין מאיפה זה מגיע, אתה מבין מה הצורך שלו, ומה אתה צריך לפעול במקום כזה. במקום כזה זה מאוד מעניין. רק כשאני נותן הרצאה, מה זה ADHD, זה הרצאה של 2 זה המון לדבר, זה עולם. אבל כשההורה מבין מה זה ADHD, הוא כבר מבין, אז אני אעשה ככה, אני אעשה ככה. זה כבר נותן לה וואו. להבין את ה-ADHD רק, אוקיי, יש impulsive ו-concentration, אוקיי, אז מה אני עושה עם זה? זה מביא את ההורה למקום של helpless, חוסר אונים. מה אני עושה עם זה? מה אני הולך לעשות מחר עם זה? מה אני הולך לעשות כשילד עושה 1, 2, 3? אז זה הנקודה החשובה, להבין מה זה.
מבחינת הזה, אתה הגעת לזה בעצם לא בכוונה להגיע לזה. אתה טיפלת באנשים בתור פסיכותרפיסט, ועם הזמן ראית שדברים חוזרים על עצמם עד כדי כך שאתה ראית צורך להיכנס לעולם של ה-ADHD כדי שאתה תבין את זה יותר טוב, ותוך כדי זה, כן, אני צודק, תוך כדי זה אתה הצבת שיטה שייתן גם להורים, ואני מניח מחנכים גם כן, כלים לתת מענה לאנשים עם ADHD.
מצוין.
אמרת עכשיו שיש כמה צורות או כמה אפשרויות, איך שה-ADHD מבטא את עצמו בתוך הילד, ויש כל מיני תחומים בתוך התחומים הגדולים. אז אם תוכל לפרט עוד קצת בשבילנו?
אוקיי. בעצם, איך שאני רואה את הנושא של ADHD, זה... אני חושב שהמילה ADHD זה מילה מאוד מאוד ישנה, שהיום אנחנו כבר הרבה התקדמנו להבין הרבה יותר לעומק מה זה, והרבה יותר רחב. אם דיברנו לפני 90-100 שנה, ידענו על concentration, אחר כך ראינו גם את ה-hyperactive. היום אנחנו רואים את המקום של ADHD, אני אגיד את זה, המילה הנכונה זה קושי בוויסות, regulation problem. אוקיי. קושי בוויסות זה בעצם שהאדם, הילד או האדם, לא משנה, זה מתנה לכל החיים, שהוא לא מנהל את עצמו, כשהוא רוצה לעשות משהו, הוא לא מנהל את עצמו לעשות את מה שהוא צריך לעשות, מה שהוא רוצה לעשות, רק הוא מנוהל מהגירוי שעומד מולו. אם הדבר מגרה אותו, אז הוא שמה. אם זה לא מגרה אותו, יהיה לו קושי להביא את עצמו לעשות את הדבר. אני לא אכנס לתיאוריה, למה, בשביל כל יום יש תיאוריות חדשות, ולא נסיים, וזה לא למעשה, לא משנה. אבל זה התוצאה, בואו נלך למעשה. למעשה זה, מי שמנהל אותו זה הגירוי שעומד מולו. והדבר הזה, זה הכותרת של ה-ADHD. הוא לא מנהל את עצמו, הוא מנהל מהגירוי. הדבר הזה מביא להמון branches. נתחיל עם 5 חלקים שזה משפיע על הנפש. לפני שאני אומר את 5 חלקים, חשוב לי לומר שלא כל אחד יש לו את כל 5. כל אחד יש לו 2, 3, יש כאלו 5, יש כאלו 2. תלוי.
כל אחד עם האיזון שלו.
במקום שלו, איפה שזה תופס אותו. ובכל אחד מה-5 יש המון תת-סעיפים, איפה זה יוצא. אז כשאנחנו מדברים על ADHD, על המקום הזה, זה בעצם מתפרס ל5 חלקים, מוחי, גופני, תגובתי מעשי, חושי ורגשי. The brain, the active, the body, the senses and the emotions. שבכל חלק הוא נמצא במקום שהוא לא מנהל את עצמו, הוא מנוהל מהגירוי שעומד מולו. זה מביא את האדם למקום מאוד מעניין, שהוא או במצב של switched off, או במצב של switched on. אם הדבר מגרה אותו, הוא עד הסוף, switched on, עד הסוף, עם כל הפאוור. אם הוא במצב של זה לא מגרה אותו, אז זה switched on. הוא יכול לשבת, אין לי כוח לזוז, כבדות גופנית. How do you say כבדות גופנית באנגליש?
Literally heavy body, but yeah, okay.
Heavy body? Okay.
That's not how you say it. Okay.
אז הכבדות, אין לי כוח.
lethargic.
אבל כשיש משהו שמשך אותו, הוא בעצם בא עם אנרגיה, עוצמות של אנרגיה, זה החלק של switched off, switched on, by the body. אותו דבר.
זה יכול לקרות בן רגע? יכול להיות כבדה גופנית ככה, ופתאום משהו מדליק אותו.
וכשיש משהו, וופס, כן, בדיוק. ובעצם, אוקיי, נגיע לחלק הזה. קודם כל, אז יש גם בחלק המוח, יש את ההורים מגיעים אליי ואומרים לי, לא יכול להיות שהילד יש לו ADHD. הרי הוא קורא ספרים, הוא מרותק לספרים, אי אפשר לנתק אותו מהספר. אז איך יכול להיות שיש לו ADHD? כשהוא רוצה, הוא יכול. שעות שהוא בתוך המשחק. אם זה משחק מחשב, שעות. אי אפשר לנתק אותו. איך אתה אומר שיש לו בעיה של concentration? התשובה הוא, ADHD זה לא אומר שיש לו בעיה שחסר לו איבר של ה-concentration. זה לא נכון. ADHD זה אומר שהוא לא מצליח לנהל את זה. זאת אומרת, אם זה מרתק, אז הוא שם ה-hype focus עד הסוף, אתה לא יכול לנתק אותו, זה גם ADHD. ואם זה לא מרתק, אז קשה לך להביא אותו לזה. זאת אומרת, הוא או switched off או switched on. כי בזה שהוא מרוכז במשהו, זה לא אומר שאין ADHD. יש הרבה חלקים, אם אתם רוצים, זה דוגמאות, קחתי 2 דוגמאות, אבל זה מתפרס להמון המון חלקים.
אז בעצם אני מבין מה שאתה אומר, שה-ADHD זה לא בעיה בריכוז, זה בעיה בלהגיע לריכוז. כי ריכוז, לכל אחד יש לו. גם מישהו מ-ADHD יש לו את האפשרות להיות בריכוז. אבל בדרך כלל אנחנו צריכים להביא את עצמנו לריכוז. אז יש אנשים שאין להם את ה-ADHD נגיד, שהחיים משעממים לפעמים, אבל עושים את זה בכל זאת, כי צריכים לעשות משהו עד הסוף, כי ככה עושים. אבל מישהו שהוא רק חי על מה שתופס אותו, אז אם משהו לא תופס אותו, אין לו מצב ביניים. או שהוא באון, או שהוא באוף, וזה כל
וזה מלווה גם במוח, שזה ריכוז. לפעמים יש לזה גם סעיף של short memory, זה עוד נושא. זה גם במה שהוא רוצה לעשות. אם הוא רוצה לעשות משהו, אז הוא חייב את זה לעשות את זה עכשיו, ולכן יש קושי בדחיית סיפוקים, קושי בגבולות. הוא רוצה את זה, הוא רוצה לעשות את זה.
כי הוא עכשיו באון.
הוא עכשיו בסוויץ' און, אז הוא חייב את זה עכשיו. זה לעבור ממצב למצב. אם הוא עכשיו במצב שעושה משהו מרתק באמצע גיים, ואתה רוצה שהוא עכשיו בוא לאכול ארוחת ערב. לא מרתק. המצב השני פחות מרתק, אז יהיה לה מאוד קשה לעזוב. אבל אם המצב השני יותר מרתק, אז הוא יעבור בקלות.
בזה שיש...
תמיד זה...
לפעמים יש מישהו שהוא עושה משהו, הוא משחק משחק, ילד, ואתה קורא לו, ואתה קורא לו, ואתה קורא לו, והוא כאילו לא שומע אותך. אבל זה לא חייב להיות ADHD. כל אחד יש לו, הוא יכול להיות דבוק למשהו, והוא לא שומע אנשים, או זה גם סימן שזה קשור ל...
2 דברים. קודם כל, אי אפשר לקבוע ADHD מסימפטום, one symptom, מסימפטום אחד. תמיד זה מכלול של קושי בהתנהלות, תפקודי ניהול. נכון שכל דבר יכול לבוא מגורמים נוספים. דבר שני, בדרך כלל כשאני נותן את ההרצאות, יש את ההורים שאומרים, אבל לכולם יש את זה. בדרך כלל אני אומר, מי שאומר את זה, זה בדרך כלל ADHD לא מאובחן. אז לכן אני חושב שכולם. נכון שכל אחד, כשיש משהו מרתק, אז הוא יותר שמה. אבל זה לא בקיצוניות כזאת. ADHD הרבה יותר קשה להתנהל כשאין את הגירוי. הרבה יותר קשה. זה לא אומר שהוא לא יכול, אבל זה נורא נורא קשה. אם נבין את הקושי שעובר עליו, נבין מה עובר עליו.
אמרתי לפני כמה דקות שזה גם נוגע לחלק הרגשי. זה יכול להיות מצב, אתה תסביר את זה, אבל יכול להיות שיש מצב שמישהו, אם הוא באון, אז הוא מתרגש ממשהו, ואם הוא בעוף, הוא לא מתייחס למישהו בצורת, או משהו בצורה רגשי, כאילו אין לו רגש באותו שנייה.
בואו נחלק את החלק הרגשי לשתי חלקים. החלק הרגשי שבא באופן ישיר מהקושי בוויסות, והחלק הרגשי שזה כתוצאה מכל הסיפור, שזה נושא בפני עצמו. כשאנחנו מדברים על קושי בוויסות, בחלק הרגשי, ברור שהילדים האלו, יש להם משהו, האנשים האלו, יש להם משהו שהם חווים את כל רגש בעוצמות הרבה יותר, ולכן הם מאוד רגישים. זה מביא אותם להיות מאוד פגיע, מאוד רגיש. הם חווים את הרגשות בעוצמות מאוד חזקות. אז בעצם במקום הזה, כשילד, האדם, הוא כל כך רגיש, זה בעצם המצב הפעיל, ה-switched on של ה-emotions, שהוא מרגיש כל דבר בצורה עוצמתית. כתוצאה מזה, ילד יכול לחוות, האדם, הילד יכול לחוות שכל דבר קטן מפריע לו. אם יש מישהו שיש לו, אמר לו משהו ברמה 1, הוא מרגיש את זה 5. כל דבר קטן מציף אותו.
כל אחד פוגע בו, כאילו...
כל דבר פוגע, כל דבר כואב, וכואב נורא. עם הזמן, הילד מרגיש שהוא שונה, שהוא יותר רגיש. יש כאלו, בפרט אלו שיש להם ביקורת עצמית או ביקורת מהסביבה, למה אתה כזה רגיש? או אומר את זה לעצמו. יש כאלו שקשה להם את הדבר הזה, והם נכנסים בכוח למצב של switched off. ואז סוגרים את הברז, אדישות, שכלי. אז תשאל מה הבעיה? יופי, פועל שכלי, הכל... הבעיה הוא
יחסי אנשים, הוא לא יכול להתייחס...
שהחלק שעוד לא הגענו לזה, שזה המתנות של ה-ADHD, כמו שאנחנו יודעים, זה לא רק ל-ADHD, כל אדם, כל personality, יש לו חוזקות וחולשות. החוזקות מגיע ממקום של החולשה. מאוד מרתק. זה כתוב גם בספרים, אפשר, אבל לא משנה. ובפרט ה-ADHD רואים את זה מאוד מאוד ברור, שיש להם חוזקות, מתנות יותר מאנשים אחרים. בכל חולשה שיש להם, יש להם מתנה שמה, שמיוחד בדבר מסוים. ולמשל, אם הם לוקחים את עצמם בכוח לסוויץ' אוף, אין לי כוח להצפה רגשית שעולה לי בכל מקום, או כשאני נכנס למקום, כל דבר מגרר אותי רגש אחר, אז הוא נכנס לקבוי, אז הוא מחבא גם את החלק הטוב. לדוגמה, אם ניקח את החלק של הרגשי, כמו שדיברנו על המקום שהוא רגיש, אז הוא גם רגיש לזולת. היכולת אמפתיה, הכלה, הזדהות לזולת, האינטואיציה, הוא מאוד חזק, מאוד מאוד טוב. אפשר לפתח את זה למקום מאוד מאוד טוב. כשהוא מכניס את עצמו למקום של לסגור את הברז, כאילו לא להרגיש, אז בעצם הוא מאבד את המתנה הזאת. אני אומר שדווקא ADHD, שהם מגדירים ADHD, מלמדים ופסיכולוגים, פסיכותרפיסט, ADHD הם הכי מוצלחים. הם מרגישים את הילד, חווים את הילד, הם מרתקים.
האם אתה בשנים ראית שככה זה אולי מרגיש לאנשים שעם הזמן פתאום לכל אחד יש לו את ה-ADHD. לפני 100 שנה אמרת שאולי יש איזה, קוראים לזה ריכוז, לא יודע מה, ופתאום כל שני וחמישי עוד אחד עם ADHD, עוד אחד עם ADHD, כאילו, האם זה אומר קודם כל שלהמון המון המון אנשים שלא ידענו מזה, פתאום יש להם ADHD, או לא ידענו לזהות את זה מקודם? ואם לא ידענו לזהות את זה מקודם, אז איך אנשים הסתדרו? רואים שאנשים הסתדרו. אתה הראשון שראיינו אותו, שלא אמרת דבר ראשון, איך אני מכיר ADHD? כי לי יש לי ADHD. כל אחד אמר כבר על עצמו שהוא יש לו ADHD. גם אמרו עליי שיש לי ADHD, אז גם כן. אז בסדר. ומי שלא טיפלו בו ולא זה, כמו שאמרת בהתחלה, יש אנשים שהסתדרו בחיים איכשהו. אז א', מה השתנה אם משהו השתנה? וב', האם אנשים יש להם פחות כלים היום להתמודד עם דברים האלו, כי ככה זה נראה אולי על פניו שפעם אנשים התמודדו את זה יותר טוב.
אוקיי, אז זו שאלה חשובה. אז קודם כל, מה שזרקת באמצע, איזה משפט, אני חייב להתייחס לזה. אמרת, כל האנשים התחילו שלי יש ADHD. אז קודם כל אני רוצה להגיד, כל מי שמתעסק עם ADHD ורוצה להצליח, חייב להרגיש את זה או להיות שם. מאוד קשה לעבוד אם אתה לא יודע מה זה, אם אתה מרגיש את זה. ואלו שיש להם, הכי מוצלחים. אז קודם כל, יש לי את המתנה הזאת, גם אני. למה לא אמרתי את זה בהתחלה? יש לי סיבה למה אני לא אומר את זה. ראיתי כל מיני מקומות שאמרתי את זה, זה הביא להורים להסתכל, וואו, הוא ADHD? אוקיי. אז הבן שלי גם יכול להגיע כמו הרב לנה, אוקיי. מה זה גורם להורה? להעלות ציפיות מהילד. תסתכל, אתה יכול להצליח. אם אתה רוצה, אתה יכול. זה מגביר את הציפיות. אני מעדיף, לכן, אני נזהר, אני לא יודע מי רואה, למי מגיע המילים שאנחנו מדברים, אז המסר שלי זה תוריד ציפיות. כמה שתוריד ציפיות, הוא יעלה. אם תעלו ציפיות, אני רוצה שאתה תגיע כמו הרב לרנה, אז הוא ירד. אז לכן לא הבאתי את זה. אבל אם אתם מדברים, זה המתנה שלי, וברוך השם שיש לי את זה. זה השליחות שלי בחיים, ובזכות זה אני מצליח בכל התחום הפסיכותרפיה, כמו שדיברנו, האינטואיציה, ההכלה, כל החלקים החשובים שצריך, זה המתנות שיש. החלק השני, שאלת, מה קרה פתאום היום שכולם ADHD, איפה שלי הולך? אני ADHD, יש תחרות. מישהו בא אליי ושואל אותי, תגיד לי, יש כדור גם להיות ADHD? כאילו, זה הטרנד שרוצים להיות שם. אז בעצם, קודם כל מה? גם את הנושא הזה חקרתי ומאוד מעניין. אני לא חושב שהיום יש יותר ADHD מפעם. יש יותר מודעות, זה כן. היום יש יותר מודעות ל-ADHD. יש יותר מודעים, לומדים את הנושא, ויותר עזרה לילד שמתקשה. אבל יש בכל זאת, יש משהו שרואים היום יותר. מה הדבר הזה? אז קודם כל אני רוצה להגיד שהחיים של היום, התנאים של החיים של היום, גורם שה-ADHD יבלוט מאוד חזק. לעומת החיים של פעם. הסגנון החיים, בפרט במגזרים מסוימים, נגיד, עם החיים של פעם, מה היה החיים? קמו בבוקר, היו צריכים לסחוב מים מהבאר. אז לסחוב מים זה לא קל, זה לסחוב. אתה רוצה לאכול, אתה צריך לטחון חיטים, אתה צריך לשחוט איזה כבש. יש המון עבודה. אז קודם כל, דבר ראשון, הפעילות גופנית מאזן את החלק הזה במוח, ההורמונים, הדופמין והאדרנלין, כמו שהכדור, כל הכדורים שיש היום, שזה גורם לאיזון בדופמין והאדרנלין, הפעילות גופנית עושה את זה בצורה טבעית. והחיים של פעם, שכל הזמן היה, אם זה לא היה רכב, היה הליכות, היה... כל דבר היית צריך לעשות לבד. המון פעילות. הדבר הזה גורם להעלות את הדופמין והאדרנלין, וכמו שאתה עושה היום, ככה אדם ADHD, יעשה פעילות גופנית בבוקר, אז יהיה לה, הוא ירגיש הרבה יותר מאוזן, יכולת ריכוז, הכל מצוין. אז קודם כל, זה חלק ראשון, הפעילות, שהתנאים של פעם, אז אפשרו לתת מענה, ובעצם לא ידעת שיש קושי, שיש משהו שהוא מתמודד. אדרבה, הם היו בולטים לחיובי, הם היו מצליחים בכל תחום. אם הורה היה רוצה להשקיע לימודים שילמד, הוא לקח איזה מלמד ל5 ילדים, לא קשור לגיל, לא קשור, רק 5 ילדים שרוצים ללמוד באותו רמה, אוקיי, קח 5 ילדים, תלמד אותם. אם יש ילד שלא, אין לו חשק עכשיו, הריכוז שלו לא למקום, אוקיי. לך הביתה, תשחק קצת עם התרנגולים. מה? לחלוב את הפרה. יופי. וכשאתה רוצה, תחזור. ואז הוא חוזר עם חשק. אז קודם כל יש פה קבוצה קטנה. יש פה אפשרות, אין פה מסגרת שמגביל אותו. ואין פה מסגרת שבעצם, אם אנחנו מדברים על מסגרת בעצם מקשה עוד יותר על הקושי. למה? שמסגרת בעצם, דיברנו על האדם שפועל ממה שמושך אותו. מסגרת זה בדיוק הפוך. אתה צריך לעשות לפי הכללים. לא מושך אותי? לא, אתה חייב. אז כשילד במסגרת הרבה יותר קשה, לכן אני אומר גם להורים, כשהם רוצים לשחק עם הכדורים. במסגרת זה הרבה יותר קשה כשהוא מתחתן, יוצא לחיים שלו, גם אברך כולל. הוא יכול ללמוד כל היום עם ADHD, לא סותר. איך? קודם כל הוא בוחר איזה כולל הוא רוצה, איזה לימוד הוא רוצה. אז קודם כל משהו שמושך אותו. דבר שני, אברכים שרוצים לרדת מהכדורים. אני ממליץ להם, בואו נעשה תוכנית פעילות גופנית. יופי. באמצע הכולל אתה מרגיש הראש לא, אוקיי, תעשה ריצה סביב הבלוק, 20 דקות, תחזור, יופי. אתה בידיים שלך. ברגע שיש מסגרת, זה מקשה עוד יותר על כל זה לא אומר שלוותר על מסגרת בשביל, יש בעיות אחרות מהחיים של היום, גם צריך את זה, אבל יש פה קושי. ברגע שפעם לא היה מסגרת, היה יותר גמיש, היה מרחב, שזה מאוד חשוב לאנשים ADHD, אז כל התנאים האלו יצר מציאות שהילד לא מקבל מענה, פחות צובר בעיות רגשיות, מכל התנאים. הוא מקבל אלימות בדרך שלו, ולכן היום כשיש מסגרת, והפעילות הגופנית היחידה בחוגים מסוימים,
זה לקחת את הקפה מהקומקום עד הכיסא.
ולעשות ככה. זהו. אבל...
גם ככה לפעמים.
מצוין, אבל צריך, הנפש צריך. ולכן היום זה בולט הרבה יותר. ויש פה עוד נקודה שאתה בעצם, אתה לא הולך לפי גיל. לפי רמה, לפי היכולת, זה משהו אחר. ומה שמעניין זה, חקרתי את זה לפני זה, כאילו לפני שהצאתי את הספר, כשהצאתי את הספר והרב קסלר ממודיעין עילית כתב לי מכתב, המלצה, ואחר כך הוא רצה להוסיף מכתב. במכתב הזה הוא בעצם כותב בדיוק המילים האלו, שהרב אוזנר אמר לו את המילים האלו, למה, מה הוא חושב על החינוך של היום, למה רואים יותר בעיות היום. ובדיוק את זה הוא כתב, והבאתי את זה בספר, המכתב הזה. אז יש לנו גם מה שחקרתי, ויש פה גם מה שמישהו שהיה חי פעם, והוא מביא משלו מה הוא ראה פעם והיום.
אז כשאומרים הביטוי בעברית, להוציא אנרגיות, זה ממש ככה. כאילו פעם האנרגיות היו יוצאות מעצמם, ופה בדור שלנו הן לא יוצאות באופן אוטומטי, ולפעמים זה מצטבר אצל מישהו מסוים, אז זה מרבה את הקושי.
מה זה מצטבר? כאילו שעצם הדבר
הוא לא עושה פעילות גופנית, הוא לא מכניס דופמין וכל זה למערכת שלו, כמו שפעם היו עושים. אז הוא יושב שם בלי זה, וזה פתאום לא...
אז הקושי בוויסות עולה, הוא לא מצליח. בשביל מה שגורם, משפר את הקושי בוויסות, זה להעלות את הדופמין והאנדרלינין.
אז לפי מה שאמרת, באופן אידיאלי היום, באופן תיאורטי לפחות, היה אולי צורך לעשות, כי אנחנו גרים כבר בדור של בתי ספר, לא של מלמד עם 5 אנשים, לא יודע מה, מסגרת, נקרא לזה. אז באופן תיאורטי היה צריך להיות בית ספר לאנשים עם ADHD, לא קשור לגיל. לפי יכולת ושלב שלהם, איך שהם שולטים על הביסות שלהם.
תראה, ברור שיש להם את הצרכים, כשהם מקבלים את הצרכים הם פורחים ועוקפים את כולם. אבל לתת להם, אחד מהצרכים הם שהם יהיו מחוברים לעצמם. אם אתה מקטלג אותם בצורה של הם הבעייתיים, אז כבר אתה מגיע ממקום חלש.
אבל זה לא מדגיש, זה הפוך. כשיש לך כיתה של 30 ילדים, ו2 מפריעים לכולם, אז הם בין כך בצד. אם היה לך 30 אנשים זה הכיתה. יש אחד בגיל 12, יש אחד בגיל 14, יש אחד בגיל 13, לא משנה. אבל בכיתה אחת, ובאותו רמה, אז אף אחד לא מיוחד פה, הם סתם זה כיתה, לא צריך לקרוא לזה בית ספר לאלה עם ADHD, אבל באופן תיאורטי.
בוא לא נתייחס לגיל, אבל בעיקרון, לתת להם את המענה, אני חושב, יש כאלו ישיבות. כשיש את המענה במוסד שנותן את המענה, זה מצוין. אבל המענה הוא לא רק זה. מה שאנחנו מדברים עכשיו זה המענה של כאן ועכשיו, here and now. יש את החלק השני ששאלת מקודם, על החלק הרגשי, שאני רואה עכשיו התוצאה מכל ההתמודדות של הקשב, והילד לא מבין מה יש לו, ההורה לא יודע מה יש לו, מה יש לילד ולמה הוא עושה, ומסתבך ומתעצבן. התוצאה מהחיים של ADHD, שלא יודע מה יש לו, וההורים לא יודעים, ולא מקבל את הצרכים שלו, מייצר בעיה חדשה, שזה בעיה רגשי, שזה בעיה נוסף. כתוצאה מאי קבלת הצרכים, שזה מתחיל עוד פעם בחלק הרגשי, שזה לא קשור לרגשי, קושי בוויסות רגשי, זה קשור לדימוי עצמי של הילד. איך הוא תופס את עצמו. אני רע, אני טוב, אני בסדר, אני מאכזב את ההורים, אני ממרמר את החיים של ההורים שלי. אני נמצא בכלא כל היום, לא יודע מה רוצים ממני. זה משפטים שאני שומע כל הזמן מהבחורים, מהילדים האלו. והדבר הזה מביא אותם למצוקה רגשית מאוד גדול. ואם לא מודעים, הסביבה לא מודעת לצרכים, מסתכלים עליהם בצורה שונה, שלילי, זה מביא אותם למקום מאוד מאוד קשה. מאוד מאוד קשה. ופה, במקום הזה, מאוד חשוב להשקיע בהורים ובסביבה, שהם ידעו מה זה ואיך למלא את הצרכים. ילד ADHD שמקבל את הצרכים שלו, הרגשיים וכל המעטפת שהוא צריך, הוא פורח. הוא מצליח להתגבר על הקושי, ויש כאלו אפילו בלי כדור. הוא מקבל את הכוח. אני לא נגד הכדור, לפעמים צריך. זה מאוד אינדיבידואלי, רק אני אומר את המושג שמאוד חשוב להשקיע בחלק הרגשי. כשאתה משקיע בצרכים, החלק הרגשי, יש עוד חלקים. כשאתה משקיע בצרכים של הילד, מה שהוא צריך, הוא מקבל את הכוח להתגבר על הקושי. וזה הכי חשוב.
הוא יכול לשים את עצמו בסוויץ' און כזה, אחרי שהוא מתגבר על ה...
עצם הדבר שהוא מקבל את המענה, זה מביא אותו, זה כמו שקע, אתה קונה מיקסה. כל זמן שאתה לא מחבר את זה לחשמל, זה פשוט לא עובד. הילד שלא מקבל את הצרכים, הוא פשוט לא מחובר. זה לא יעבוד. ובמקום להתעסק כאן ועכשיו כל הזמן, שזה גם חשוב, אבל רק בזה, אנחנו צריכים לבנות פה אישיות, נפש בריא. כשאתה בונה את הנפש בריאה, אז הילד מקבל חיים, הוא בונה את האישיות שלו לחיים. זה חוסך המון משקעים, ונותן לו כוח להתגבר ולהתנהל נכון. ובמקום הזה, מה שאמרתם מקודם, שאני עושה קבוצות הורים להדרכה דינמי מעשי, זה מה שאני עושה בקבוצות. ללמד את ההורים איך למלא את הצרכים של הילד. וממקום הזה אתה רואה פתאום שהילד, משהו משתנה. פתאום הילד מתפקד, פתאום דברים זזים. מה קרה? לא עשינו שום דבר, אבל ההורים מבינים מה יש, ומקבלים את הכלים איך לתת כוח לילד. והילד לוקח את הכוח הזה ומשקיע בבית ספר, משקיע בכל מה שצריך להשקיע, בהתנהלות, התארגנות, בניהול רגשות, הכל. אבל קודם תנו לו את הצרכים. כל ילד, אפילו לא ADHD, כשאין לו את הצרכים, אוכל, שינה, הוויטמינים, אז הוא לא מתפקד, הוא לא יכול. תנו לילד את הצרכים שלו. ואם נעיז, אם לא נפחד, זה נקודה הכי חשובה שאני רוצה שתצאו מהכותרת הזה, אם תעיזו להכיר את הילד ה-ADHD, הנפש שלו, ולא תפחדו ממנו, שפחד ממנו זה הכי קשה לו, הוא צריך אתכם חזק. ואתם לא מפחדים ממנו. אם תעיזו להכיר אותו, והנפש שלו ומה יש לו, תוכלו לרכוש כלים ולהיות שם בשבילו ולעזור לו ולמלא את הצרכים שלו, והוא לוקח את המענה הזה והולך עם זה הלאה, ופורח.
יש הורים ויש מחנכים שהם לא יודעים לפעמים לזהות, שאפילו מתחיל להיות בעיה פה. הם פשוט רואה שיש ילד שלא מתנהג טוב, או הוא מתרגש בקלות. אתה יכול לתת כמה טיפים לאנשים איך להתחיל לזהות שיש בעיה שצריכים לחקור אותה? מה צריך לחפש? למה צריך לשים עין?
אתה שואל איך ההורה או המלמד, המורה, teacher, ישים לב אם יש ADHD?
כן.
קודם כל, אי אפשר לקחת סימפטום אחד ולפי זה לקבוע. כמו שראיתם מקודם, הבאנו את הסגנון. הסגנון הוא שהוא לא מנהל את עצמו. ברור שיכול להיות, קודם כל אתה רואה שהריכוז שלו, אבל יש כאלו שהריכוז שלו מצוין, או מצליח לעקוף את הקושי בריכוז בגלל שיש לו תפיסה טובה. אבל אין לו ריכוז, אתה לא מזהה את זה, את הקושי, ואתה רק רואה את זה בהתנהגויות.
לדוגמה, מה אתה יכול לראות?
אבל זה קושי בתחילת סיפוקים, כשיש שורה הוא צריך תמיד לעקוף, אין לו סבלנות. אבל זה, תראה, זה המון תופעות, ולהגיד תופעה, זה יכול לבוא מכל מיני מקומות. העיקר הוא להבין מה זה, ואז אתה מרגיש את הנפש שהוא כל הזמן לא מנהל את עצמו. הוא כל הזמן, אם זה בהתנהגות, אם זה בלימוד, אם זה ברגש, זה הסגנון. זה לא רק משהו אחד.
לא, אבל אני נפלא זה. אני מבין שאחרי שיודעים שיש למישהו ADHD, הוא יכול לבוא למישהו כמוך, ואתה יכול לתת לו הרבה כלים, אתה יכול לעבוד עם ההורים שלו, כל החבילה. אבל אמרת שיש הרבה יותר מודעות היום, ויש הרבה אפשרות להבין את ה-ADHD היום, ויש חלקים. אבל אני שואל שאלה אחרת. יש עדיין המון אנשים, כנראה, שמסתובבים עם ADHD, שהם לא יודעים, גם ההורים שלהם לא יודעים, גם המורים לא יודעים. אז בכללי, האם יש דברים כלליים שהורה או מחנך יכול להסתכל על זה ולהגיד, וואי, אולי כדאי לתת לו, לקחת אותו לאבחון?
אתה מדבר על הילד.
כן.
קודם כל, בדרך כלל, ההורה יראה כל מיני קשיים. אם זה בהתארגנות, אם זה במשמעת, הוא יראה בריכוז, הוויסות הרגשי, הוויסות הגופני, הוא יראה דברים. מה שאני יכול להגיד, אם אתם רואים משהו, תקחו אותו לאבחון. כמובן, אבחון מקצועי. אם זה ילד, נוירולוג, זה עוד נושא, איך להבחן. אם זה מבוגר, זה תשייך לפסיכיאטר. יש פה נקודה מעניינת. קודם כל, אני רוצה לקבוע, אם אתה רואה שילד מתמודד במשהו, עוד פעם ועוד פעם ועוד פעם, אתה רואה שהוא, מה שאתה אומר לו זה לא מספיק, זה לא מביא אותו לעצור התנהגות מסוימת, אז תבדוק אם יש לו קושי. להמשיך להתעקש במקום, בדבר, שניסית ואתה כל פעם, עוד פעם נופל, תבדוק. אולי יש פה הבחנה, אולי יש פה הבחנה שלך שאתה צריך לשנות פה משהו. אבל קודם כל לבדוק. If something doesn't work, check what's going on. זה דבר ראשון.
אצל מי אני בודק? אני הולך
תבדוק את אצל מי? אז קודם כל לבדוק סתם. אם יש לך חשש ל-ADHD, ל-ADHD חשוב מאוד לבדוק את זה בשתי פרמטרים. שזה אומר שלילה וקביעה. מה זה אומר שלילה? הרי ADHD, כשאנחנו מדברים כאן, אנחנו מדברים על הסימפטומים של ה-ADHD. הסימפטומים האלו יכולים להגיע גם מגורמים נוספים, לא רק מ-neurology problem. זה יכול לבוא מרגשי, בספר יש רשימה שלמה שיכול להביא אותם סימפטומים. אז קודם כל אנחנו צריכים לשלול שזה לא א' ב' ג'. אחר כך יש את החלק הקביעה שזה נוירולוגי. אז יש פה שתי חלקים. גם כשאתה יודע שזה נוירולוגי, אז אתה צריך גם לשלול דברים נוספים. אם זה נוירולוגי, אבל אולי יש פה עוד דברים נוספים. ילד שחי במצב שיש הורים שלו רבים והם על סף גירושין. הוא יביא את כל הסימפטומים של ADHD, וזה לא קשור לנוירולוגי. אז אנחנו צריכים לדעת בשביל לתת את המענה לילד. תמיד אנחנו צריכים לראות הרבה יותר רחב, לא רק נוירולוגי כן או לא. אז יש שתי חלקים שצריכים לבדוק. עכשיו, יש פה משהו מעניין מה שאתה שואל, שהורים או מורים אומרים, זה לא, סתם, הילד. יש פה משהו מעניין, שאני רואה דווקא אצל ADHD, ואני לא רואה את זה לאף קושי, את הדבר הזה. יש שאלה, כשאומרים, לפעמים הורים, לפעמים מורים, שאני רגיל לשמוע את השאלה הזאת, רק אצל ילדים שיש להם ADHD. השאלה הוא, מי אומר שזה זה? לא ראיתי אף פעם כשיש ילד קשיי שמיעה או קשיי למידה, כל קושי אחר, ילד שנולד מוגבלת פיזית, שרירים רפואיים או מה שרק יהיה, מי אומר שזה זה? אף פעם לא שומע את השאלה. ב-ADHD אני שומע את השאלה. זה הביא אותי גם להתבונן, למה ב-ADHD אני שומע תמיד, מי אומר, או אנשים, לא יכול להיות, סתם,
סקפטים.
הוא מחפש תירוץ. מה זה סקפטים?
כאילו, לא ב100% מאמינים.
כן. למה?
ADHD זה משהו כאילו דמיוני כזה.
כן, זה כאילו, מצאת תירוץ שיהיה נכה, עכשיו, הילד מחפש תירוץ, מה בעצם? אז בעצם מה שראיתי פה בדבר הזה, שבעצם יש פה באמת משהו שקשה להבין. בשביל אין אף דבר שאתה יכול להצביע, זה הקושי של ADHD. אם קצת טיפה מן הים נגענו מה זה ADHD, כשאתה רואה מה דיברנו, אתה רואה שאין אף דבר שיכול להגיד, אוקיי, ADHD, it's this and this and this. אתה לא יכול להגיד זה למה. בכל דבר שתגיד לי, זה הקושי, אני יכול להכריע לך שהוא הכי טוב בזה. אם תגיד לי שהוא לא יכול להתרכז, אני אראה לך שהוא יכול להתרכז יותר מכולם. הוא בהייפר פוקוס, הוא מאוד. כשאתה מבין מה זה ADHD, אתה מבין שבעצם אין לו קושי בכישרון, אין פה ליקוי. הקושי הוא בביצוע. איך הוא מתנהל עם הדבר, בתפקודי ניהול, אבל בעצם להגיד, אוקיי, זה וזה הקושי, אין. לכן זה מביא אותנו לשאול את המורים, לשאול מי אומר שזה זה. שאין משהו מוגדר שאתה יכול להגיד, אוקיי, זה. שבכל דבר הוא יכול להיות הכי מוצלח. ואיפה הוא נופל? בהתנהלות שלו, בגירוי שאין. ואז הוא נופל. בביצוע, בוא נגיד, זה יותר נכון.
אוקיי, אז דיברנו המון על ADHD. עכשיו, כל זה, לא רק בגלל שזה מעניין, אבל גם כן כי הקשיבה עכשיו פותחים סנטר, מרכז חדש ל-ADHD ברמת בית שמש, כדי לעשות את הכל במקום אחד. גם אבחונים, גם טיפולים, גם הכל. כי אנשים לפעמים רוצים להבחן את זה, ומחרקים המון זמן, ולא מקבלים המענה שצריכים לקבל. אז כמה חשוב זה לקהילה שלנו, נגיד, שיהיה דבר כזה קיים, ואיך זה יכול לעזור לילדים ואוכלוסייה?
כן. אז קודם כל, כשאתה מתחיל לדבר על הקשיבה, זה מאוד מרגש אותי, שאני יודע שהקשיבה רוצים לפתוח, וברוך השם שהם רוצים לפתוח. למה זה מרגש אותי? בשביל יש פה אנשים מקצועיים שרוצים לעשות משהו טוב. וחשוב להורים שמחפשים, הורה שיש לו, כבר יודע שיש לו ADHD. אבל מה הוא עושה? הוא רץ לכל עבר, מי יכול לעזור לי? מגיע לאחד, עובר לשני, לשלישי, או מישהו שרוצה אבחון, מסתובב, איך אני יכול, מה אני יכול? הרי ההורה לא יודע, הוא לא בתחום. וכשיש מקום שמרכז הכל בצורה מקצועית במקום אחד, זה כל כך מרגש כל פעם מחדש לשמוע על זה ולחשוב על הקשיבו מה שהם עושים. לכן, קודם כל הכבוד. אז קודם כל, המרכז הזה מאוד מאוד חשוב. אנשים מכירים ומעריכים את הקשיבה, שהקשיבה ייתן את המענה. אני יודע שהקשיבה עושה המון לליקויי למידה, לנשירה, יש מועדון, וזה בעצם לטפל כשיש כבר את הבעיה. והילד הקטן, כשהוא בגיל קטן, הוא כבר יקבל את המענה, את הצרכים. הוא לא יצבור חסכים רגשיים, הוא לא פחות יסתבך, הוא יבין את עצמו. פשוט אתה לוקח את העץ הקטן ומיישר אותו ונותן לו את הצרכים, משקיע אותו כל הזמן. אני מאוד מקווה שתוכל לסגור את המועדון כשתתנו את המענה לפני זה. חס ושלום, זה מאוד חשוב, המדון. אני מאוד מתפלא, ראיתי את מה שאתם עושים שם, מאוד מאוד התרגשתי לראות, מאוד יפה. אבל הדבר הזה לראות, לתפוס את זה, הדבר הזה לתפוס את זה בקטן, כשהילד קטן ולתת לו את המענה, זה ציל נפשות. אבל אני לא רוצה שתצאו מזה שילד ADHD שווה נשירה. שיש הרבה שאומרים, אוקיי, הנושרים 90% ADHD הם. זאת אומרת, הורה מקבל את ההבחנה, וואו, יש לי ילד שלי ADHD, וואו, הוא כבר רואה עוד 10 שנים, הוא יושב על הגדר ברחוב ב-4 לפנות בוקר עם החברים. לא, זה לא אומר נשירה. ADHD לא בגמטריה נשירה, לא נטריקי, לא רשתה, אין קשר. הנשירה מגיעה ממצוקה רגשית שדיברנו, שהוא לא מקבל את המענה. כמו כל מצוקה רגשי של ילד שלא מקבל מענה, הוא יגיע למקום הזה. אז זה לא קשור ל-ADHD. ADHD מגיע למקום המצוקה אם אתה לא נותן לו את המענה. ולכן כל כך חשוב, הילד מוכשר, עם כל הכלים להצליח, והוא לא מצליח. ולכן מאוד חשוב לתת לו את המענה. אבל אל תפחדו. תנו לו את המענה, ובעזרת השם הוא יפרח, הוא יגדל, יהיה לכם, תראו המון נחת.
אם היית יכול לעצור את העולם ל2 דקות, ולספר לעולם על ה-ADHD, מה היית אומר להם?
אני חושב, מכל מה שדיברנו, הקושי האמיתי של ה-ADHD, האתגר, בוא נגיד, לא הקושי, האתגר הנכון, האמיתי של הילדים ב-ADHD, שאי אפשר לעבוד עליהם. הם אמיתיים, הם מרגישים אותך ואת הרגש שלך מאיפה אתה פועל. אתה לא יכול לבוא אליו ממקום של לעשות חיוך ובזה למלא את הצרכים שלו, ובפנים יש לך לב טעון שלילי עליו. אי אפשר לעבוד עליו. הוא מרגיש אותך, האינטואיציה שלו מרגיש כל רגש שלך. אתה חייב לבוא ממקום אמיתי, להיות בשבילו באמת, וזה האתגר. אתה לא יכול לעשות את זה עם איזשהו מסכה.
הרב לרנר, תודה רבה על כל המידע שלך וכל איך שאתה מעביר את המידע, זה משהו מאוד מדהים לשמוע את זה. אז מי שלא מכיר את הספר של הרב לרנר, זה ADHD, להכיר ולהצליח. באנגלית זה ADHD, Pathways to Success, מומלץ לעיין בספר הזה. יש המון חומר ומידע וידע, ואפשר לרכוש כמה מהכלים של החוכמה של הרב לרנר. שוב, תודה רבה.
אוקיי, thanks.
Our broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD
and really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD that was never evaluated.
With the right tools, with the right environment and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
ADHD is not just a diagnosis. It affects individuals, families, and communities worldwide.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field. This is not just about facts, but it's about deepening your knowledge and perspective.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August. Welcome back to the Hakshiva live studio. What a interesting period it's been. We are up well into we're going very strongly towards our goal. $360,000 is the goal of helping Hakshiva to build a brand new center to help with all under one roof, one-stop shop ADHD center, from diagnoses and assessments through to treatments and all the different therapies that they're able to watch. And we have got very far towards our goal. $257,000 we've passed. That means that we're into almost the home stretch, almost that final $100,000. But on the other hand, we're still $100,000 away. I can actually hear myself very loudly in my own ear. So something's not working. Okay. I feel bad for you guys because I can hear what I sound like in my own ears. So I guess that's what I sound like in your ears. But either way, we're going towards our goal. We have a fantastic lineup for you tonight. If you missed last night's lineup, hopefully it'll be up on the YouTube channel. You'll also be able to look back at the live stream video from yesterday at some point in the future. Today you would have had a chance to see the repeat of Rav Lerner, our very, very interesting interview in Hebrew. Really a very interesting expert. So if you missed that, that'll also be up. That's already up on our YouTube channel. And we had last night a chance to hear from experts such as Rav Dan Tiomkin. We were able to hear from Rav Volvi Rand. We had a very interesting live panel in the studio with not just experts, but people who work and have worked with Hakshiva in the past as well. And tonight we have a fantastic lineup coming up very soon. We have our interview with Uri Schneider. Definitely do not want to miss that. Really, really interesting, very informative, very articulate, very, very interesting interview. We have Dr. Rosenbaum coming up later. He is an expert in assessing ADHD and has actually been one of the linchpin advisors of Hakshiva in the building of this new center, the inspiration partly behind it as well. Really important to listen to what he has to say. Later on, we're going to hear from Risa Moore. Risa Moore works in Hakshiva with young people with ADHD, running their Cog Fun workshops, and we'll have, of course, live segments in the studio where you'll be stuck with people like me. The broadcast ends 10 p.m. tonight, but that's not long. That's less than 4 hours away, and we still need to raise $100,000. Every single donation you give will be doubled by the generous donors, the matching donors that have come forward. So we really need to raise $50,000. That will be doubled to $100,000. So if you're sitting on a large golden egg worth $50,000 thinking, where can I put this egg? You can give it to Hakshiva. If you're not, you can give a series of small donations. Is exactly how these campaigns work. So please, if you haven't donated already, please make sure to donate. The click button to donate is somewhere underneath me over here. And you'll be able to find it on your screen. Please take the time to donate. If you have a chance to send the link out to other people, first of all in terms of the informative broadcast that we have and the programming that's coming up, I'm sure that many people will benefit from that. And even if not, if they can take a moment just to donate, it's very, very important. If 50 people gave $1,000, we'd be there. If 100 people gave, I kind of get stuck with all the maths now, but basically, if yes, donate and get people to donate. We're up to $257,000, as I said before, just over. So we're almost in the 100,000 home stretch towards our goal. Good. Behind me, you'll see people scurrying around. Some of them are eating. because they're having a break. They've been working tirelessly for hours, and they'll be working for the last hours of the campaign towards getting our goal. They are phoning people up. They might be phoning you up. You may have been phoned by people that are here themselves, and you'll have a chance to maybe be called by one of them. Save them the trouble, save them the bother of calling you. Call in or donate, whatever you can. But it's amazing, testament to the work that they're doing here. We interviewed 2 of these such creatures last night who spoke about their hakaras tov, their gratitude to the work that Hakshiva does, and their ability to give back a little bit to Hakshiva for the tremendous programming they do in our community. Also, while we're shouting people out, it's pretty worth mentioning our live broadcasting company, Live For You, that we've been using for a few years. I even have my Live For You cap here, so a bit of free advertising. Not last year, 2 years ago, we met Nissan Black. He taught me how to wear my swag. He told me to put it on like this. Apparently that's cool. Yeah, you learned it here from me. Anyway, a big thank you to Live For You. They really do amazing work. And you can't see all the people over here. Over there's Denise. Next to her is Nissan. That's their company. Then you've got Alex over here and Maya over there on cameras 1 and 2. I don't know if they have numbers. Do they have numbers, the cameras? Is this camera 1? Is this camera 2? It is. I knew it. Camera 1, and it's easy to remember because Alex camera 1, Maya camera 2. For example, I'm going to speak to camera 1 now. See? No, that's it. No, look, that's camera 2. And where's camera 1? Nissan. Where's camera? You're camera 1, and you're camera 2. So behind that camera. So behind that camera, yes, behind the camera 1 is Alex. You can't see him, but he's a very good-looking fellow. And behind camera 2 is Meir, who actually won the best-looking man in Efrat competition 40 years ago. Okay, so yes, back in the studio, yes. I would say I got distracted, but that would be appropriate for what's going on tonight. Also, a big welcome to the Facebook Live viewers that have joined us. Don't forget, you can view us for a little bit on Facebook, but if you want to be part of the cool people, if you want to be where Meir, Alex, Nissan, and Denise are, if you want to be where I am, you want to be where all these people who are mainly eating at the moment, I think, you want to click on the link above to go to hakshiva.org. That will take you straight away to where we are here, which is in fact hosted on a Cause Match page. You're able to click on the donate button. You're able to see the live broadcast. You're able to hear this annoying voice prattling on in your head. Long after the broadcast finished, you'll be waking up in the night going, he's still talking. No, he's not talking. So that's good. So please join us, though. Please be part of what we're doing. If you think that the world of ADHD has got nothing to do with you, you're wrong. Everyone knows that ADHD is a growing factor, and for some people who are skeptical about it, I think last night's programming already, and you'll see tonight as well, please God, will be very, very informative to you. I've been prompted in my ear by somebody who sounds a little bit like my son to remind you of Team Maze. The different groups that are collecting to help Hakshiva reach their goal are divided up into ambassadors. And have different teams, so you can click and have a look for them. So if you click down, have a look for teams. There's other teams, very worthy teams there as well. Each team has a private goal to reach within the other things that they're doing. So I think we're 52% of the way. Is that right? 52% of the way there. So we're not exactly there yet. So if you can donate to Team Maze, that would be good. But you're not really donating to Team Maze. You're just helping Team Maze help Hakshiva achieve their goal. As a reminder, we are up to 71% of our goal, which is good. You'll see things pop up on the screen periodically. I'm not quite sure what they say. Donate now. See? Took the words out of my mouth. I mean, I also took them out of my mouth, as I said it before, but it's also here. I guess this was here before I started talking, so this was before. And you know what? It doesn't matter. Just do it. Well, anyway. And it's clever marketing here. Please pay attention, but look carefully. Please pay for attention. Understand? Okay, very good. So just a recap of what it is that we're actually doing over here. Every year, you know that Hakshiva has a fundraiser, but this year they're raising funds to build something new that they haven't done before. It is a new center dedicated to the world of ADHD. It is going to be a one-stop shop. We heard already previously, and tonight you'll hear from Dr. Rosenbaum, you'll hear later on. Some people, when they come to actually try and address some of the symptoms of ADHD, they go to get assessed, and sometimes the waiting lists are in excess of 1 year. which means that people who want to get it addressed properly are still waiting for a year, which in the life of any person, never mind a student at school, whatever it might be, is a ridiculously way too long amount of time. Here will be one-stop shop. You'll be able to get the assessment done, the diagnosis done, different therapies, different workshops, different things that will be available to people with ADHD. It's going to be here, all under one roof. That is what Hakshiva is trying to build. That is what the $360,000 tag is. If you don't think that you have $360,000 handy, fear not. We already have over $257,000 towards our goal. Every donation that you give is doubled by our very generous group of matching donors. Please, 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 please donate now. Make sure you take the time to click somewhere down here, the button, and give your donation to Hakshiva. Remember, it will be doubled. And if you have a moment, you can take a copy of the link and maybe send it to 1 or 2,000 people. Sorry, 1 or 2 people, or whatever it might be. So coming up next on the lineup tonight, as we mentioned before, we're going to have a very interesting and very articulate interview with Uri Schneider. He is a renowned speech therapist and has worked with many people with ADHD, and he has his own company, and you'll be able to hear much more from him very, very shortly. We are now showing, this is Risa Moore. Well, this isn't her, I said last night, it's a picture of her. It depicts who she is. So if you see later on, wait, I've seen that person some before, it was here. Risa Moore, she is a cog fun therapist. What's cog fun, you might ask? I also didn't know. But I asked her, what did she say? You'll have to watch it to find out. That's how it works. So she's on later on. And then here we have Dr. Ephraim Rosenbaum. And if you don't believe he's a doctor, you can see he's wearing a stethoscope, which means that he must be a doctor. Because nobody could have just got that from some kind of costume prop shop and worn it. It must mean that he's a doctor. I guess if you could get one from a costume shop, you could save yourself 7 years of medical school. And if anyone asks, you could just say, I'm practicing medicine, which is in fact an English usage of the word. So that works too. But he's gone. You know what Dr. Rosenbaum's like? Blink and you miss him. He's so fast. But he is an expert in ADHD. Okay, he's morphed into Uri Schneider. Have you ever seen Uri Schneider, Risa Moore, and Dr. Rosenbaum in the same room? Ah! Think about it. This is Uri Schneider, and he is, in fact, we went to the same yeshiva at different times. He's a very interesting person. He lives here in Ramat Bet Shemesh. He is works here and in America. He has worked with clients from around the world, also specializing, and his father already specialized in stammering and stuttering. Really very interesting person. But he turned his attention to what we're turning our attention to, which is ADHD. I believe we're basically ready to go to him. So without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to the wonderful personality of Uri Schneider. Enjoy and join us afterwards. I'm here with Uri Schneider. He is a speech-language pathologist. He has his own consultancy business. He's an educational consultant. We've worked together professionally over the years in some different guises. We also happened in the same shul. We also went to the same yeshiva. We basically grew up together, except for one of us didn't grow up. So it's an amazing pleasure to be here with you, Uri, this year as we talk in the Hakshiva broadcast about ADHD and some of the associated symptoms, fallouts, whatever it might be. So first of all, hello.
Hello. It's a tremendous privilege and honor, and I love how you introduced, because I think we have a lot to learn about ADD. We have a lot we can do, like we work together. There's a lot we could do with ADHD, and I think also have to daven. So whatever shul you go to, we always need siyata d'shmaya in whatever we do. So people think, oh, ADD, is he going to talk about medication? Whatever the interventions are, one of the additional ingredients has to be siyata d'shmaya, and we have to daven, and we also have to believe in the potential of a person who could be going through a very hard time, that now is not forever. Hashem is the kol yachol, and whatever we do is our ishtadlus, and it's very important to do ishtadlus. We shouldn't shirk the opportunity to do things, but we also shouldn't forget that another critical ingredient is davening and believing and having bitachon.
So I guess on that note, could you maybe just tell us a little bit? I think we've spoken in the past about this, that you see this from the inside and from the outside, personally and professionally. So could you give a little bit of an intro into how you click into this piece of the puzzle, personally, professionally. Take it away.
So professionally, I work and have a private practice with my father, Schneider Speech, and we also have a podcast and a Transcending X, which is really about looking at adversity and seeing it as a launch pad for growth and excellence. Not trying to fix necessarily, not trying to ignore, but to really see the nisayon as a spring pad of opportunity to lean into, to address it, and to actually come out on the other side on higher ground. So I'll come to that on my personal story, but also have seen it play out. I also consult for schools, and we work together in a post-high school yeshiva here in Eretz Yisrael, but also in America. There's a new school called Yeshivat Shalshelet, where I'm an educational consultant. And I've had the privilege and kind of unique opportunity to bring together, I come from a training in speech and language pathology. Some people know I specialize a lot in stuttering, but I'm also super interested in language and learning and complex educational challenges that many students face. And so coming at it from a professional angle and learning from and going to conferences, the best conference if you ever can go to is called Learning and the Brain. And there I met some of the most well-regarded neurologists, psychiatrists, educators working on this, trying to understand and crack how do we help children succeed? How do we help students succeed? And that should be the focus. The focus here is not how do we fix the problem? We don't treat problems, we treat people. And so students having success has to be the focus, and sometimes we forget that. Maybe it's a distraction. From the focus point is students having success. So I really have been obsessed with learning from the greatest minds and thinkers from a broad range of places, mostly influenced by Ed Hallowell and John Rady. They've written the book, most recently ADHD 2.0. They also wrote the seminal work, Driven to Distraction, Delivered from Distraction, and a whole host of books. And then at the same time, looking in our own community and going to the Torah Masorah Convention and seeing how Jewish educators, Torah educators are seeing this, how they're dealing with it, and what are some of the unique ways that it manifests in our yeshivas and in our schools. And bringing that together has been a very, very meaningful, passionate, stimulating, challenging, exhausting, emotional ride. And I'm buckling up for another ride. I keep coming back. So it's been exciting. And personally, I would say, I grew up in New York City. I went to Ramaz, which is like a Jewish prep school, co-ed Jewish prep school. And looking back, I always wondered, why was it that I couldn't finally sit down and study? And it was always cramming right before the class, finding the right student who had the notes, who could download the entire semester to me. And then with whatever auditory memory I could, or looking at the science textbook, and I didn't remember learning it or hearing it in class, but I would remember the outline of the textbook, what was in bold, or what was the picture on that page. And I definitely don't have a photographic memory, but I definitely have a visual learning path. And so I would remember those things, and then I'd fake it till I made it, But it occurred to me, like, I would watch one football game on a Sunday, and I'd say, I'll watch one game, and then I'll study. But then there was the second game, and like, who wanted to miss the second game? So then it was the second game, and then before I knew it, there was some other sport or something else interesting. And I just wish that I had a name for what I was going through, because there was a lot of shame, there was a lot of frustration, there was a lot of underperformance. And if I had $1 for every time I got on a report card, and my mom still has them from first grade, second grade, third grade, all the way, so much potential. So this child is such a spark. If he just wasn't at the principal's office so often, maybe he could really be somebody.
It's scary. I feel like you're like a mind-reading telepathist, because you're describing my...
But it's too many of us. See, we never met each other. And this is why this program from Hakshiva is so important, because there are an unbelievable number of students, not to mention adults, that are walking around that we're rubbing shoulders with in our supermarkets, in our schools, in our shuls, and at work. And everybody thinks it's their secret, it's their story that they were told again and again, as if it was like, wasn't hard enough hearing it the first time when your parents came home from parent-teacher conferences. You already knew you were barely getting by through the skin of your teeth. You already knew you were smart enough, good enough, but like, you just couldn't perform in these like very precise, fixed ways. And you'd get these report cards, and they would be like, I'd be like, hey, I got an 88, I got a 92 for the semester. Wow, like I hacked my way through. But they had to put that sentence there, not working up to potential. If he would just prepare a little bit more. And so for me, it was only in my 20s that I kind of married in my 20s that I realized my brain works different than my friend Stevie, who was my high school classmate. And Stevie, you know, I don't want to say too much about Stevie, but he's a very good friend, but he's very different than me. And let's just say he didn't get stuck watching the football game. Like if there was work to be done, he got the work done. But in my 20s, it was like April 15th, tax day. Yeah, I think it's only April 14th. I don't need to start now. And I paid a price for that. And that's when I realized I needed to confront this and deal with this. But had I talked about it or known about it earlier, I think things could have been easier, and I could have spared a lot of unproductive shame and frustration and energy that just kind of was very deflating. So I would love for this conversation and what Hakshiva is doing to give the opportunity wherever a person's in life, could be 7 years old, could be 17, could be 70, to kind of just allow themselves to realize ADHD is a certain type of presentation. There's no shame, it's a real thing. You can leverage it to the good and to play to your strengths and figure out how to cover the things that are harder for you, but it isn't something that's invisible and you can't touch it. It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
So in your professional work, how have you encountered ADHD? Because I know that if you're getting engaging certain classroom situations or consulting with schools, that's going to come up a lot, I'm sure. But maybe even when you've had to meet people with, I know that we've spoken in the past, speech therapy, there's much more to it than meets the eye. It's not how people speak. There's a whole emotional component there. So how have you encountered it professionally, and what sort of forms do you think it takes in it? Yeah.
It's a great question. I think that ADHD should be framed and thought of kind of like, it's very much connected to the system in the brain that also is responsible for another set of skills referred to as executive functioning skills. You could think of it as like our brains right now, we're having a conversation, but we're not just on the word we're speaking, so bringing it to speech. We're actually thinking about what was already discussed, so I don't repeat myself. Where do we want to get to in this conversation? What are the words that are coming up? So we're simultaneously, our brain is in many different places. We're holding on many different pages. And executive functioning, that part of the brain that's also related to the ADHD, is like air traffic control, making sure that the right attention is given to the right things in the right order at the right time in the right measure, so we don't have a catastrophe. And so for me, you said, how does it come up at work? It comes up for me managing my own, and then it comes up for people when I'm meeting them. So for example, you could have someone who has all the skills to do the math. They might even be savant, they might have brilliance, but they do it a different way. And they have a really hard time lining it up and doing all the steps the way the teacher wants them to do it. So they consistently get to the right answer, they sometimes don't. But because they're not showing the work, the teacher keeps slamming them over the head, you gotta show your work, you gotta show your work, you gotta show your work, till they start doing the work and showing their work, but they're getting the wrong answers, because the amount of energy it takes them to regulate to what another student just does is like, sure. You know, like for Stevie, my buddy who sat next to me, no problem. It doesn't mean he's better than me, it doesn't mean I'm better than him. We're just different, we're wired differently. So for him to doing the method didn't take a lot of effort. For me and for kids and people with ADD, doing the method, doing something boring and methodical because they told you so, is actually hard. Whereas doing something you're excited about is easy, and for someone else, the thing that's easy for that kid is like daunting, overwhelming, and they don't even take the first step. And I think often there's this 4-letter word, lazy, L-A-Z-Y. I say that's another 4-letter word. So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in, or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work. Dr. Ross Green says, kids will do well if they can. And so the job for parents, for educators, for all of us, and with ourselves, we all need to be mechanech ourselves, is to figure out how do we set ourselves up in a way that we can succeed. We'll do well if we can. Anytime a person is nichshal, it's not to excuse it, but to understand, okay, how do we do better? it means that in that moment, the way the task and expectations were set up and the skills and resources that I showed up with, I wasn't able to meet the moment. So then either, and I think treatment and thinking about ADD should really be this meeting in the middle, and that's the chokhmah of talking to someone who could be a good guide, is figuring out how do we increase the capacity and the skills and the ability of the person, and how do we adapt the environment in a way that gives them the ability to slam dunk. I think of the analogy, you put a 4-foot tall kid in 3rd grade, you lock him in the gym, you say, here's a basketball, here's the rim, when you're done slam dunking the basketball, call me and I'll let you out. So the kid tries, he jumps once, he jumps twice. How long is this kid gonna keep trying to slam dunk a basketball? He's 4 feet tall. He's 4 feet tall. If he's crafty, he's gonna start climbing up the walls and jumping off the ceiling or finding a trampoline. But if he's not crafty, he's gonna give up and they're gonna say, oh, you're lazy? The wise person would say, let's lower the rim. Let's lower the rim. Another great story from Dr. Rick Lavoie. It's a painful story. He calls it the bathroom beating. There's a boy in Boston. It relates to a kid with dyslexia, but it could equally be a kid with ADD. The kid wears glasses, and he has reading. And Mrs. Johnson calls him up every Tuesday for the individual reading time, where the rest of the class does the group work, and he's called up to do the reading with Mrs. Johnson. And some kids get to listen how each student reads with Mrs. Johnson. Well, Tommy, he doesn't read very well. So he breaks his glasses, and he says, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses. So he goes home. Tommy's dad is an alcoholic. Tommy's dad is a bit rough on the edges. Tommy's dad is a bit of an abusive fellow. He would often take off the belt and give the kids a good beating. But if he was really angry, he gave them a bathroom beating. And that meant he would take them into a bathroom. He would lock the door. There was nowhere to run. Because he was an alcoholic, they usually could run away from him. But if he went into the bathroom, you got a bathroom beating, there was nowhere to run. When Tommy would break his glasses, his father wasn't very happy. Every time he broke his glasses, he'd get a bathroom beating. Next week, he gets new glasses, he goes to school, but guess what happens? He breaks his glasses again. Because the shame and the humiliation of sitting in front of the class and not being able to do the task that everyone else seems to be able to do, it was less painful to go home and know he's breaking his glasses, he's getting out of this moment, but he's going to have to face a much tougher, more painful, sharp belt on him in a bathroom beating. He'll take that over feeling like a failure. And if we think about that, that's how it comes up. So it looks like Tommy doesn't know how to read. It looks like Tommy's lazy. It looks like Tommy's defiant. Tommy's just waiting for someone to wake up and say, oh, maybe we should do this in private. Maybe this is uncomfortable for you. Maybe if we set this up a little differently, lower the rim, take the people out of the stands, make it a less loaded moment, you're going to learn how to read, Tommy. Now, Tommy would be said to be lazy. Rick Lavoie says this kid had more motivation and determination than most of the kids in that classroom.
He had tenacity and
he knew what he was committed to and he stuck with it. If we could figure out how to channel that, Tommy could be a rock star. How many kids in our classes with ADHD are thought of as lazy if they would just focus, if they would just stick? These kids are diamonds. And they need us to just polish and shine a light on them and put them on the right path. They're brilliant.
So you've definitely described that we have some kind of common experiences with each other, but it seems to be that somehow we seem to have pulled through, all of us, wherever we got there, and now it seems to be, people who work in education maybe would feel this more, everyone seems to have ADHD or a variation of it. To what do you attribute this seeming increase over time, or maybe you haven't noticed an increase over time?
Yeah. Well, definitely, there's no question that people have this thought that there's more cases of everything, whether it's autism, whether it's ADD, whether it's learning disabilities. From a very cynical point of view, people could say, you know, it's all a bunch of hogwash and it's just a very touchy-feely time we're living in and everything needs to be named and given space and accommodation. I think there's some validity to that perspective. It is an interesting time we're living through, but I think we have to think about the person and the intrinsic constitution of the person, and then also think about the world we're living in. So the fact that there are more kids presenting with what we're calling ADHD, or the fact that we're talking more about it. So if you asked an educator in 1960, how many kids in your class present with XYZ? And if you asked an educator today, how many kids present with XYZ? Forget the label. I do believe that the answer would be different. I think there are more teachers that would say today they're dealing with these things. But that's true of a lot of things. Like the biggest discipline issue that was sending kids to the principal's office in the 60s in America was chewing gum, not having their pencil. These were the discipline issues. And today we're dealing with school shootings and truancy and all sorts of things that some of which we see in our own community, others we just see on the news all the time. Ma'aseh sheb'chol yom. So I think we have to look at the constitution of the person. Are people changing? Are kids changing? Is it society being all mushy and gushy and thinking everything deserves a label and accommodation? But let's not ignore the world is also changing in terms of how much information we're exposed to, how many subjects we're expected to learn, what our daily life looks like, what are we eating. The changes in our eating habits, the changes in our sleeping habits are well documented, and this whole experience of kids and people living with ADHD is happening in the context of those changes over time. So over the decades, we're sleeping less, we're eating more processed foods, we're being expected to know more and perform better on more subjects, and the amount of stimulation and information coming at us, putting aside, let's say we're talking about a family that has no internet and only kosher phones. Nonetheless, that person, and all the more so, someone who has a more open home, is exposed to more information coming at them today than the average person saw in a month, just a couple decades ago. And if we go back to the time of Rashi, the amount of information in our pockets is more than Rashi was seeing in a year, in a lifetime.
Well, just we're talking about attention, things competing for your attention. And
Absolutely.
Last year we did a different topic. It was on cyberbullying, but we had an expert couple actually came on, and they spoke about a new profession in the world of high tech, which is distractors. They found that when they send you an update on your phone and you're free, you're going to be less likely to do it. That if it catches you off guard, you just update. So there are teams of people who are designing media in order to distract you. Or I think I joke with my share that I gave. I said this concept of a short, a YouTube short is 20 seconds. You're like, that's much better. It's 20 seconds. But one short is just this concept of grabbing your attention. What you said just now, I think people will seeing in a year maybe what people see in the course of a day or two. The variation.
Yeah, and it's bigger than internet filters. We're not talking about internet filters. We're talking about living in a time where the amount of signals coming at you. You can also look at it could be even this video. But if you look at a Tisha B'Av video, so let's go with the most kosher of entertainment. But certainly if you go a little bit further to the left, the number of times that the frame shifts, the number of times the camera shifts. If you look at the films in the 70s and 80s, it would linger with one shot for, I think, something like 5x, 5 times longer than it did by 2000, and it moved rapidly. And so now we've got these quick movements. And what happens is, scientifically, the research shows not only in that moment, like you said, you can capitalize on that, so industries can use that to their advantage. It actually changes the brain to the point that, I don't know if you've had this, but you get out, you go for a run in the trails, but if you're not running, if you're just sitting with your family, or your family drifts off, you have a few moments to yourself, you're sitting, the ability to just enjoy being with yourself and staying focused, neurologically is unsettling, because you've trained the brain. The brain has gotten used to a certain hit, and so the brain is craving that, and you will actually distract yourself. You can be sitting with a daf, and it's just harder to stay focused, even if you're set up with no buzzing and you have these phantom buzzes, or you have these, it's a phenomenon. Shabbos, it's the brain.
Shabbos buzz.
Shabbos, what's buzzing? I thought my phone's not even in my pocket. I'm not on Hatzalah. What's going on here? But that is a neurological phenomenon and shift. So when you're talking about a shift in incidence, absolutely, over the decades across the culture and across society, but even more so in our own lives, we can change the brain in both directions. We can train the brain one way, we can train the brain the other way. We have to be intentional about this. Great book on the topic, Johann Hari, and Stolen Focus, as attention is not just something that the individual needs to work on if they have ADD. This is something that humanity needs to work on. And the culture we're living in demands of us to do something proactive, otherwise we're all going to lose it.
And in terms of micro or macro evolution of this, I say evolution, not evolution, because I've evolved.
Yeah, even though we went to similar schools and had similar experiences, we somehow talked differently.
Well, I evolved. But
I thought you're stuck pre-1776.
I am.
Moved on.
I am. Yeah, I'm also stuck there. But I would imagine that even in our own very recent lifetime, in the last 3 years, we've been through a cloud that is a once in a century event, maybe.
It was, but we're just at the beginning of a hockey puck.
Right, but
a hockey stick acceleration. We're living through Ikvisa de Mashiach, and we're also living through a world that's changing at a pace that isn't slowing down and isn't going backwards, and that's what a lot of the researchers are talking about. We're not at the end of a wave of acceleration. We are experiencing a wave that continues to rise. So
no, but even as you described, sitting on your own, so people were sitting on their own, expected sometimes to nominally still be part of some kind of a school setup, but that was out the window. You're in your bedroom. People who didn't even have access before to some medias had to have access to the outside world, and you're in your room for hours and hours a day with the best filter in the world, but just the stimuli and the occupying yourself. I mean, I'm seeing it in my classroom, so I'm assuming that you're seeing it in your clientele. A new wave, like a generational shift within a generation.
Yeah. And it's very significant. And again, take tech out of the picture. How many of us get interrupted by these robo phone calls, whether it's for a tzedakah, whether it's for a political campaign, whether it's for something we still don't know how they ever found us and what we have anything to do with that. But our phones are ringing, whether they're phones in our pocket, whether it's a house phone, we're having dinner, we've set up all the filters, we've got all the screens eliminated, and nonetheless, we're dealing with more interruptions, grabbing our attention than ever before. And just thinking back, we're living in 2023. In 2000, email was just coming on the scene, like you left work and you turned work off. And today, it's ubiquitous. Not only are the devices ubiquitous, but the concept of I need to be on call. And that readiness for the brain means I can't be solely focused on 1 or 2 or 3 things. I'm consistently running a few programs in the background. How's that project going that I left at 5 o'clock? Because someone stayed late and is working on it, and they may call me. They may email me. I may be expected to respond. And because I can't close that window, my attention is now 95% available. And if you think about how many ways we're slicing ourselves, thinking about this child and his well-being and her well-being and this project and this father and this mother and this tzedakah and this, we're slicing ourselves into like these very thin slices of pizza. And that's us. And these kids are growing up and they're seeing us, they're seeing their teachers, they're seeing their friends. So we have to really think about what we're going to do to help them, because it's not the same thing we grew up with, and we're struggling. They need really intentional support.
Okay, so we spoke a bit about some of the issues. In terms of what makes things better, what makes things worse, what can be done to help, in your opinion, what have you seen? Your opinion or experience, what have you seen to improve the situation? Do we put people in time capsules and transport them back to a place of where they were more mindful of certain situations? Do we just have to work with the reality that is?
Yeah.
We're back in the studio. Oh, I was enjoying that. Why can't we keep watching Ari Schneider? We will in just a few minutes, just to keep you updated with a few things that are going on over here. First of all, a big thank you to all people that have joined us on Facebook Live. We're going to be moving over anyway, so you will not be able to continue watching unless you come to where we are. So please join us by clicking on the link that I believe is just above. If you lost it, the page went blank, I don't know where it is, come to hakshiva.org, HAKSHIVA.org. Go to hakshiva.org and you'll be back on this page. You'll be able to see all the donation numbers. We have gone up, I can very, very pleased to tell you, that we've gone up to $280,000. Woo! That's fantastic. We're in the home stretch. We are in the final, just under $80,000 to go, so we really are moving. Everything's ratcheted up. We're really doing very, very well. We are not there yet, just to remind you. We have another $80,000 to get to, so that's going to be another $40,000 to raise. If you've got it, give it. If you haven't, then make a small donation, medium donation, large donation. Get someone else to make a donation, preferably by their own choice. I can't advocate the forcing of donations, but if someone does force something, no. Tell other people, tell friends, tell relatives, tell whatever's going on. Let everyone know what's happening with Hakshiva, raising money for the new ADHD center that they're going to be building, a one-stop shop to make sure that everything to do with ADHD happens under one roof, whether it's assessment or diagnosis, moving through to the therapies and different workshops they have with experts, all at the top of their field, helping Hakshiva address this issue, trying to get rid of these ridiculously long waiting lists of over a year so people can get themselves sorted. As you heard already from Uri just now, you'll hear about the increasingly fragile level of attentions that everyone has in our world. Our attention is being pulled thin on every single front, whether it's machines, social media, workplace, being buzzed, no longer the concept of leaving the office and just putting the things behind you. The phantom buzzes that you get on Shabbos, is that my phone? Yeah, these are part of the world that we all live in. And if a person happens to suffer from ADHD, and as we've seen, and you'll hear from Uri also, it doesn't mean to suffer. Sometimes people with ADHD are actually more equipped in many areas of life, but if a person does have ADHD, it's going to help hold them back that much more than it holds the rest of us back, whose attention is already sliced, as Uri said, like very, very thin slices of pizza. So please, everyone, make sure that you rally behind Hakshiva. It's a very important goal that we have. We are up to $280,000, which is amazing. Help us get to that last part. We really, really, really want to be able to make this center a reality. I'm sure you've enjoyed so far listening to Uri, who is a qualified speech therapist, but has also been much, much, much more involved in therapeutic angles, including on ADHD. And as you may have heard in the video already, has a personal connection to ADHD, being that he has it himself. And very, very correctly pointed out that the person interviewing him probably does as well. Anyway, so just to remind you of where we are, donate now, please pay for attention. I'm looking at you at camera 1, by the way, just to remind you, Alex behind camera 1. Who's behind camera 2? Mayor, very good. That's camera 2. We are up to, sorry? $285,539, $280,539,000. Excellent. We've moved forward about $538,000 since before. That's good. No, not $538,000. $538. We've moved forward since before. We've moved forward $538,000. It's beyond our goal. Yeah, $538. Well done. Excellent. Thank you, everyone, for who helped make that a reality. Everyone, if you can just come up with the last $39,000 or so, we'll be there. So make sure that you carry on doing that. I believe we're going to go back now. So if you are on Facebook Live, it's been real. But please join us now by clicking the link above. Very good. We'll be bringing you updates from time to time. But in the meantime, we're going to get ready to enjoy the second part of Uri Schneider. Am I right? Have I guessed it correctly? I have guessed it correctly. My guesswork is unparalleled since the last time I guessed something correctly, which was not that long ago. I guess it is paralleled. It's paralleled quite often, in fact. I often guess things. Thank you very much. Anyway, enjoy the part 2 of Uri Schneider. We'll be back after that.
Yeah, it's a very good question because we can't go backwards. We can't go backwards and we can't deny reality. We can't deny the reality of educational expectations. We can't deny the reality of the world we live in. We can mitigate it, but we all have to live in this world in one way or another. So we have to do some things to think about what we can do. So I think number one, it's really important to remember, like I said earlier, treat people, not problems. So don't just put attention on the problem. Think about how do you build up the person? How do you help them identify their strengths as much as they also need to know their weaknesses? So I think it's really important, number one, that a student identifies what are their kohos, what are their strongest midos, what are their hobbies, what are their interests, and it's important for us to cultivate that. And especially for the student that might not do as well in math, what's the subject in school or out of school that we can nurture? So whether it's chugim, after-school activities, whether it's sports, crafts, coding, whatever it is, give them their place where they feel good about themselves, where they feel successful. That's going to help them not only in that place, it's going to help them get through the rest of the day where they're putting in the work but not seeing the payros. The second thing I would say is thinking about the person. Number one, there are medicational interventions. I'm not going to talk about that, but they can be very helpful. They're generally not a standalone, so if people think, give the pill, it's going to be magic. Similarly, if you give the pill and you're concerned that personality is going to be dulled or muted, that's also not necessarily the case. You need to work with a prescriber that's going to work with you. These things are not prescribed in a rigid way. They need to be followed and seen, how is the person responding. 2 people with ADD, one could respond very well to Concerta 36. That's my, not med of choice, but it's the one I consume, given to me by my prescriber. Or on the other hand, another person could take Concerta 36 and find that it hits them very differently. So especially as kids are growing, the medication for a younger child who's of lesser weight to the child who's older, who is a larger person, the metabolism shift. So meds are one of a series of things, but they shouldn't be thought of as a standalone or as a set it and forget it. Second thing people don't think about is sleep. The brain needs sleep. Most of us remember at this point in our lives to plug in our cell phone at night, right? Sleep is this magical wireless charger that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us to recharge the brain. But not only is it a recharge, it's the time that the brain cleanses itself of toxins. It's the time that the brain puts the memories of the day and replays the short-term memories of the day and puts them into deeper memory and connectivity. So sleep is super underrated, and kids with ADHD can very often not have the habits and routines or the feeling of being tired. So finding ways to layer the day in a way that helps you regulate your arousal. For me, in college, I had this funny thing, not only of falling asleep in class, but I would walk around with a bag of chocolates in my bag. And I used sugar and chocolate, looking back now, to manage my arousal. Arousal and fatigue with people with ADHD for me was one of the biggest things. It wasn't just the distractibility. I wasn't hyperactive, but I'd have this peak, not laser beam, but peak energy level of creativity, and then these dips. And the dips would hit at about 11 a.m. in the middle of morning Seder. I would say, I'll put my head down for a few minutes. And the next minute, it's like 4 p.m. I would miss very important chavrusas with very Hakshiva people that I liked, and I lost those chavrusas. I retained the relationship, but I lost the chavrusas at the expense of not being able to regulate my arousal levels. On my dates with my wife, there were times that it became a joke, but it wasn't a joke, and it wasn't a laziness. My arousal levels would dip at around 11 a.m. and around 3 p.m. So for me, learning about, I'll come to the next point, which is sleep, but also eating, regulating when I eat, not forgetting to eat breakfast, thinking about what I eat. Am I eating just refined white sugars, white flours? And I'm not a vegan, foodie kind of obsessed person, but I do think we need to be mindful of a balance of carbs, of sugars, of fresh fruits and vegetables, of protein, and finding what works for us. Different people work differently, but it works on the energy in the brain. So sleep, nutrition, and then exercise. Exercise is proven. Dr. John Rady talks about that a lot. His next book after the seminal work on ADD was called Spark, Exercise and the Brain. They took
endorphins and releasing.
It's more than just the endorphins in the moment. That speaks to energy levels like in the micro. But they took a group of kids from inner city Detroit. They didn't change anything in the curriculum. All they did was they moved the physical education to the beginning of the day before the STEM classes. So before the kids would learn science and math, they would have gym. But instead of learning wrestling moves and how to throw a spiral football, they got them go running. So they were running for 20 minutes in phys ed. At the end of the year, the standardized scores across the board went up. And the only thing that changed was fitness and exercise mixed into the day. Fascinating.
How does it impact?
And discipline went down by like half. They had major discipline issues in terms of how many kids were sent to the principal's office. By putting in the phys ed, changing the phys ed to something that was more aerobic as opposed to anaerobic, discipline improved, grades went up. The explanation is one of the things that comes out from exercise that people talk about as endorphins. Another is BDNF, which John Rady talks about as like Miracle Grow for the brain. Miracle Grow in America is like the stuff you sprinkle on your yard to make sure you get some grass. Not so successful in Ramat Beit Shemesh, but that's not pop science. That's real neuroscience, that exercise, a brain for a person who exercises has a lower rate of dementia in later stages of life, has less depression, has less anxiety. So there are bona fide scientific gains for fitness and thinking very much about the aerobic side of things. So whether that's going for a walk with your kid and incentivizing them with you'll buy them a great, cool pair of sneakers, or you'll take them to a fancy restaurant after a series of doing this habit or routine. I've done that with clients, and I see broad gains, both in terms of discipline at school, discipline at home, academic performance, focus, etc. Sometimes as a standalone, sometimes coupled with thinking about sleep, sometimes coupled thinking about food, sometimes coupled thinking about meds. But finding that cocktail is the key. But those are some things that can help. Things that don't help, you need to try harder. Okay, I'm trying very hard. Harder. Okay, I'll try harder. How much harder do you want me to try? Because I've been trying. I've been giving this a go. Telling someone who's trying that they just need to try harder, telling someone who's trying that they're lazy, does two things. It demoralizes the person, but it also means this person doesn't know me. I don't want to have what to do with this person. I want to find how to yes, I hear you, I got you. But I got you, I got that you don't get me. I got that you're not behind me. I'm going to disconnect from you. And disconnection is really at the core of depression, anxiety, and a lot of the behavior that we see that's so concerning to everyone, from kids choosing different lifestyles to school shootings. It's a feeling of not belonging. And the difference that one educator can make, the research shows, they looked at kids who were on a trajectory to ending up in jail or ending up worse. The key finding from this Harvard study was having one caring adult. And that could be a parent, that could be an uncle, that could be a cousin, that could be a rebbe, a teacher, it could be someone in the community, it could be someone in Hakshiva. But if a kid finds one caring adult in their life, that could be the shift from ending up going this way to ending up going this way, even if they have the same challenges they have to endure, the same dynamics at home, the same ADHD, the same challenges in learning. One caring adult, one person to be a champion. So I think the biggest thing that our kids are missing, and things that hurt, is just not being seen for who they are. And we have to recognize not all the students in your class are the same, and not all the kids at your Shabbos table are the same. And that's a challenge. I don't have one answer. There is no simple answer. There's no user's manual to being a rebbe, or to being a parent, or to being a mechaneches. But one thing is for sure, love. You gotta love the kids. And when you're loving them, that penetrates deeper than any video game point system. But if they're not getting the love, they're going to look for the points in other places. And so we've got to find the currency that hits that kid. If it's a nice pair of sneakers after they go for walks with us, we got to be creative, but we got to get to it, because the same recipe isn't going to work for all the kids in our Shabbos table.
So you said before there's like another 4-letter word, L-A-Z, I say, L-A-Z-Y, right? Lazy. So I think some people struggle with this. Where do you draw the line? Because there were always kids that were lazy. There were always kids who did misbehave for whatever reason that was. How much are people sometimes flying under the radar here because they've got this broad title, and now in the name of these few letters after my name, I can get away with not doing my maximum? And on the other side, how sometimes do maybe teachers decide and say, yeah, we need to get these kids on some kind of a pill, because, and really it's a weakness in their teaching. What would you say to those skeptics sometimes that are too quick maybe to run to ADHD?
I'm talking to myself and letting you listen, but I think when a parent, teacher, doctor says, I think we need to get this kid some pills, very often it feels to me like the parent is trying to solve, or the teacher is trying to solve their problem, as opposed to really thinking, how do I turn this kid on? And I think if we just reframe that and really put the focus on, I'm committed to figuring out how to help this child be his or her best, for them to feel good about who they are, to be comfortable in their skin, and to do well enough in the things that every one of our kids needs to do, and to excel in one area, whether it's in school or whether it's out, to have one area where they feel like they are the greatest and do well enough in everything else. I see the presentation of ADHD, or a kid who identifies with that label, or seems to be behaving lazily, or seems to be taking advantage, I see that behavior as an invitation, darsheni. You know, I don't see it as, you know, he's trying to play that card and take a pass on life. I just don't see those kids. I haven't met such a person. That person is basically telling me, this is preferable. I'll take this failure because the alternative doesn't seem realistic. I don't feel I can do that. So there's a classic idea, it's easier to be the class clown than the class fool. So if I think I'm going to be the class fool, I'll be the class clown. There's a lot more dignity in that. Why are you such a jokester? I'm not talking about anyone in present company. You know, why can't you be serious? Right? Each of us coped our own way. I feigned getting sick, or I copied homework, or I remember in elementary school, I'll go on the record, I had a very savvy way of taking notes, and I would hide them in the tiles. There were these elevated ceilings, dropped ceilings. I would lift the tile in the bathroom because I was very tall. I could stand on the toilet in the boys' bathroom, lift the tile, put my notes there, and mid-test I would go. Am I proud of that? No. Was I an evil person? Did I have no sense of right and wrong? As I was doing it, I was filled with shame and frustration, but I was convinced there was no better way. And I didn't have anyone to be a champion with me, and to no fault of my parents or anyone else. It just wasn't known. And so I live with that to this day as like a shameful thing that I did. So I don't think there are kids that are like pulling this card and taking Easy Street. I think it's asking Darshani, why is this kid choosing that? It must be they don't feel they could be a rock star in the classroom. And so it's our job to figure out how to help them become good enough, be part of, feel connected with the teacher, with the class, and with their peers.
Okay, so the final piece, I guess, is Hakshiva. Hakshiva is opening this fantastic new center for ADHD. It's going to be our one-stop shop. It's going to be helping people with diagnosis, with treatments. There's a major backlog in the neighborhood, and we're not the only neighborhood that suffers from this. People are waiting ridiculous amount of times to even be seen. We've described here some of the issues. If you've got a family, a child, a parent on board, they still can't do anything about it for a certain amount of time. So obviously it's going to be good. But what can you tell us a little bit about your perspective of how this center might be going to be a game changer?
That was exactly what I was going to say. Game changer.
It's okay.
Another gift of ADHD is like emotional intelligence, ESP. It's a game changer. There's no question about it. It's not just the fact that there's a backlog. So let's get another physician lined up with availability. The average psychiatrist and the average neurologist that you're going to see is not going to be able, in the structures of how medicine is practiced, whether it's in Israel, whether it's abroad, is not going to be able to spend more than a few minutes with you, reading some indicators, making a recommendation, and hopefully following up. What Hakshiva can do, and why Hakshiva is positioned to do this, and why it's really a game changer, is for most people, if you get that appointment, you don't have someone to be in touch with on a weekly basis. You don't have someone who sees you for who you are. You don't have someone, an address like Hakshiva, that, number one, looks at the whole person, understands the culture of the neighborhood, understands the culture of the community, understands the culture of that child's school, maybe also has contact with the family. Every family has its own culture. So when you have that, you truly can practice what I was saying earlier about not treating the problem, but treating the people. And when a kid has that, he's seen, she's seen for who they are, the expectations that they live with on a daily basis are understood and validated. And when there's the opportunity for the people who do this holy work in Hakshiva to be able to interface and to liaise and to connect and to empower that student, that parent, so that they can be advocates for themselves, it's a game changer. And it's the kind of world-class care that the world is moving to in a world that continues to be decentralized, creating places that can put the pieces together and connect people to themselves and to each other and empower them to get out there and tell their story. And teachers, I think for the most part, are just waiting to be told, how can we help? They don't know what to do. But when a child and a family is activated in a center like what Hakshiva is going to do, it's a beautiful thing to think about the possibilities.
If you had 2 minutes to grab the world's attention, pardon the pun, and you could tell them something about this topic, what would you say and what would it be?
Awesome question. So I got 2 minutes. Start the clock. Number one, I keep coming back to this. It's the yesod of everything. Don't treat problems, treat people. If you look at people and you recognize people do well if they can, it's true for adults and it's true for kids. A helpful tool is to just turn to a person and, like Shimon HaTzadik teaches us in Pirkei Avos, Al shlosha dvarim ha'olam ha'amid, al Torah, avoda, u'gemilus chasadim. There are these 3 pillars. But if you ask a child, or you ask the person in shul, or you ask the person you work with, what is your area of excellence? What excites you most, and where do you really knock it out of the park? It's usually one of these 3 things. And the other, you have to do well enough. But there aren't a lot of people, there aren't a lot of rabbanim, there aren't even a lot of gedolim that excel in all 3 equally. And so I think as a young person's growing up, whether they have ADHD or some other alphabet soup, and in that sense I'm skeptic too, I don't think we need to think about ADHD, we need to think about how do we unlock the potential of people to grow up and become well-adjusted, responsible adults, independent adults. The key is for the young person to grow up with a feeling of identity of what they're good at. Torah, avoda, gemilas chasadim, and more, to find that area of excellence, to help them do well enough on everything else, and ultimately to see the potential that each person has to be a gadol. And a gadol, Rabbi Rieti taught me, a gadol as opposed to a katan. In halacha, in chazal, and also in chumash, the first place we see katan is the moon, is described as a katan. The sun is a gadol. Zeha katan, gadol yiyah, we say it every bris. So Rabbi Rieti shares like this: the katan who's dependent, al shulchan aviv, the katan who cries and needs his parent to soothe him in sukkah, that katan who's dependent should become a gadol, not necessarily exactly the same as the gadol on our wall, but to be a gadol in the sense like a sun, self-generating, spiritually, emotionally, financially, being able to become independent. Zeha katan gadol yihya, that would be my banner.
Amazing. So this was a treat for me to spend time with Uri.
An opportunity.
We had to do it because we were working, but I enjoyed doing it. And it's awesome to hear from your wealth of experience, both personally and professionally, and the way you fuse it in your very, very unique way. People can find you online, Schneider.
Yeah, schneiderspeech.com, and the podcast transcendingx.com.
Okay, so if you like what you hear, check more out. And really, thank you very much. Looking forward to seeing you in shul.
This was a great excuse for us to focus. Also, we're usually in a lot of places, and knowing that we both need help with focus. So there you go. So set a time, start the camera. That's the antidote to ADHD. But having a target of being with people that you like, having things you like to do, and feeling like it's just outside your comfort zone, not too far, but not too close. That's the recipe for a flow state for people with ADD or whatever you got. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Uri.
Hatzlacha to Hakshiva.
Welcome back to the Hakshiva live broadcast. What a wonderful speech by Uri Schneider. I'm sorry I got a bit ill. You may notice I'm a bit younger, but everything's okay. Anyways, I'm here with Mark Mays. He would like to introduce himself.
Hello.
Hi, Mark Mays. So how do you feel that your own son, Eliyahu Mays, has taken over your job?
I actually feel quite relieved. It's like, good, I can rely on you. You know how to talk the same amount of gibberish that I know how to talk, so...
A bit better, but yeah.
You can speak the gibberish better, yes. Well, you've been doing it for longer.
Anyways, so you're a teacher in Netiv Aryeh. Do you notice that there's ADHD going on?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
You teach in Netiv Aryeh. Do you notice that there's any ADHD going on in the shir, and how do you think you can help it?
That's a good question. I do teach in a yeshiva called the Netiv Aryeh Yeshiva, and I'm going to admit that I haven't been a big believer in ADHD. I think this year was a revelation to me, meeting some of the people that we met, including, as you said just now, Uri Schneider. I've had boys in my shir that told me that they have ADHD. The very first year that I gave shir, a boy told me, I have ADHD, and it's very annoying for me because I want to hear what's going on in shir, and I'm with you for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and then like I start getting antsy and I space out and I can't do anything. So like I really didn't know what to do. So I said to him, why don't you stay for the 5-10 minutes that you can stay with me for. When you feel yourself getting antsy, just slip outside, go to the balcony of the yeshiva, do like push-ups, sit-ups, whatever it is, do some exercise, and then come back in. So he said, that'd be really helpful, but then I'm going to miss what you said in shir. I said, but anyway, you're going to miss what I said in shir, because after 10 minutes, you're going to go, woo. I'd rather that I had you for 10 minutes, and then another 10 minutes, another 10 minutes. So he did that. For about a week or two, and then he said, you know what, I can stay for 15 minutes before I go out, 20 minutes before I go out. And in the end, he just cut out his going out, and he stayed in the whole thing. He was an excellent Talmud. So I think it does also show that people learn about themselves, and I think sometimes teachers need to learn to be a bit patient. They shouldn't have to deal with what they call in Hebrew hafra'ot. They shouldn't deal with like people messing up the class. But being creative, if the person needs to go out for a bit, whatever it is, sometimes people need to play with something or fidget. Now that can be distracting to other students. But sometimes students, well, I'll tell you, I probably have it. When I was younger, I used to draw, like write things down on paper, but I was listening the whole time. Now some teachers don't want the children drawing. If it distracts other people, I get it. But if there's a way the teacher can be creative, I think that can be helpful.
And there's an expression in English, and it goes, lead by example. Do you think you're a good leader for your shir?
Am I a good leader for my shir? Who are you asking? The shir, my wife, you? It's a lot of different opinions if I'm a good leader for the shir. The boys said that they think that I'm a good leader for the shir because they think, this is what they said, they think that I'm like quite normal.
Interesting.
Yeah, but that's what they think I'm quite, like they think I'm quite down to earth. And so I think they like the combination of being serious, but like also being like chilled as well. So I guess, what's that got to do with ADHD? Are you getting distracted again? Have you got ADHD?
Oh, sorry. Anyways, back to the topic.
Okay, now 1 second. Now that you're sitting in that chair, you have to introduce the next speaker. So it's your job to introduce Risa Moore, who is an expert in cog fun for Hakshiva.
Actually, I have another thing to say. I'm going to introduce Risa Moore to the profession of ADHD. Pay attention.
I'm here at the Hakshiva main office with Risa Moore. She is an occupational therapist and runs a series of programs here in Hakshiva, including cog fun, which we'll hear a little bit more about now, and has expertise in the world of ADHD. So it's with great pleasure that we say hello to Risa Moore. Hello.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. So I think a good idea for us is to understand a little bit about what you do and how you got involved in the world of ADHD. So yeah, over to you.
So as you mentioned, I'm an occupational therapist. I've been an occupational therapist for over 10 years. From the beginning, I was working with kids with learning disabilities and developmental disabilities in a whole range of ages in remedial classrooms. About 8 years ago, I trained to do Kagfan. The Kagfan is an executive functioning treatment for kids with ADHD, specifically for kids with ADHD. And through that, I started working with kids with ADHD. And when I did my master's, I really focused on learning disabilities, ADHD, and other developmental disabilities. So it's been a lot of years. And recently, I've been branching out to teens, to a teen Kagfan as well. So there's that.
And at Hakshiva, you work with teens in the cog
fun? So in Hakshiva, I haven't started working with teens yet, because that's very, very new. But I've been working with kids. The Hakshiva, the program at all, the cog fun is relatively new. So I've been working elsewhere for over 8 years now with cog fun, but Hakshiva just recently started. So yeah, that's basically my expertise with ADHD.
Okay, so cog fun, we've mentioned it now between us about 10 times. What is cog fun?
So cog fun is executive functioning treatment for kids with ADHD. What executive functioning really means is that we're helping them learn skills, organizing skills. Not just organization, but rather self-management skills. The ability to set a goal, to plan out how to get there, to maintain concentration or ability to monitor how you're doing in relation to your own goal, and learn strategies to help themselves. Children with ADHD, and not just children, but people with ADHD, frequently or most of them have trouble with these skills, with these executive functioning skills, as it's in the same area of the brain as ADHD has been found to be on fMRIs and other studies. And so it's a treatment that was developed in Hebrew in about 2011, I think, sort of. And it's since then branched out a lot. It started out with the children, and then it moved on to teens. They now have studies and have training also for occupational therapists to work with adults with ADHD. And it's been studied and it's been proven very, very effective in helping children in their daily lives.
So
people with ADHD, not just
planning
children.
with goals, a child, 9 years old, what goals does a child need to be able to do? Because at first glance it sounds like, but maybe on second reflection in school and at home, could you give maybe a few examples, like what would other children without ADHD be able to do without thinking about it, and a child of ADHD would really struggle?
It's a very interesting question. People with ADHD, it's not just a learning disability. It's not just an academic disability. It's not trouble with reading or writing or math. It's affecting your whole life, your whole organization, with your life and your interactions with the people in your environment, your ability to maintain focus. People have described it as like having 25 channels on all at the same time, so being able to focus on just one. But it's not just not being able to focus on just one. Sometimes there's over-focusing on just one when you're trying to stay on that one, and then you don't pay attention to what else is going on around you. You're missing cues. So it can affect them in so many other ways in their day-to-day life. And yes, I've had even children who came to me who didn't have trouble in academics because they were very, very bright and they managed to get by and get good grades. But they'd have trouble staying organized. And the parents are having a lot of times difficulty at home with whether it's behavior and impulsivity, relationships between siblings, getting their room clean, remembering to do their homework, remembering that they have a test, getting into the shower, getting out of the shower, any transitions, anything they're supposed to be doing, and then they're supposed to be getting dressed in the morning and they just sort of see a book and then start reading, and then once they start reading they see another toy and they're off to there. And being able to get to school on time, be where you're supposed to be and do what you're supposed to be doing can sometimes be very, very hard.
So losing track sometimes of what as you said, my job was to have a shower, so I went into the shower, but then I forgot to come out, or I forgot to whatever it is. As you're saying, like I can get so locked into, I can be. It's a mistake to say you can't focus. You can over-focus sometimes.
I heard it described. There was one kid who was like a 10, and I use this example all the time because he described it so well. He said, I can't get into the shower. It takes me forever. But once I get into the shower, the water is nice, it's warm, I'm having fun in there, and then people are knocking, but I'm busy, so they turn off the hot water, and then I'm sort of pretending that I'm a penguin and I'm catching the ice, and it could take 2 hours.
Oh, wow.
So
that's what Cog Fun is designed to help work with, to provide these skills. What is Cog Fun? Like, if someone comes to Cog Fun, what are they doing? What does it look like?
So it's a cognitive functional treatment. Cog Fun is meant to be what it sounds like. It is cognitive, it's functional, and it's meant to be fun for children. As you get older, it's less games, but with kids, it's a lot of games. But through the games, we're trying to teach strategies. On the one hand, global strategies as much as possible, and then also specific strategies for whatever goals this child needs. It's very much child-centered on to work with their motivation and helping them recognize what they want to succeed in and what they want to do, and build their own self-esteem in the sense that I can set a goal, I can reach a goal, and to learn strategies to help them do that and then transfer it from one skill to the next. Quite often kids themselves are aware of their own difficulties. Parents will be like, but why should my kid want to shower faster? Because they don't like being nagged, because sometimes they want to be able to do things afterwards and they're frustrated when it doesn't work out for them. Some kids really want to be at school on time, but they just don't know how to arrange themselves. So being able to help them plan that out and teach them strategies that they can then transfer to other skills is very, very rewarding. And it's done a lot through games, and it's cognitive, so we're also talking a lot about things and developing these strategies that can then help them in their daily functioning, whether it's at school or at home or in any other setting they may be in.
So there's a certain irony that's come out of these different interviews that we've been doing, because as much as it's called attention deficit, it seems to be that there is some deficiency in the attention paid to ADHD by whether it's schools, parents, and professionals sometimes, because of the waiting lists and the times concerned and people even knowing that it's an issue, that it seems to be that a lot of people haven't got the time or the ability to wait that amount of time to get it done properly. So they'll end up going to their doctor because the school said something about attention. The doctor's going to prescribe some medication. They're going to whack this medication, and that's kind of a one-stop shop, and it's done, and it's not always very effective. What you're describing is a whole other piece of the program, which is if you've managed to recognize an issue and you've managed to get assessed, that means that you're going to have pinpointed issues that need to be addressed, and it's going to vary from child to child. And what you're doing is helping on the therapeutic end of that. Am I saying that correctly?
I think when you said it's a piece of the puzzle, I think that's a really great way of putting it, because medication has been found to be extremely effective, and it helps so many children. I work in schools and remedial classrooms, and I can tell you that there are kids who have made huge progress because of it. But it does not teach skills. And children and adults and people in general want to be able to manage through their life, not always medicated, and they're not always going to be medicated. Many teenagers already at that point are just not interested in taking the medication anymore. They don't like the way it feels, or for some kids it's not even the right thing at all. But even if it is, and it's what you're working on, and it's fun, you're still not medicated all the time. And you still want to learn these skills that you have to develop them. And the medication's not going to do that for you. It can help you pay attention. It can make you more aware and more able to learn these skills. But it's not going to teach it and not do it for you. So just to give medication, quite often it's not enough on its own.
One could suspect and see the almost cynical view that the teacher just wants quiet in the class. So they said, get this kid quiet. And the parents maybe want to honor what the school says and help their kid out, whatever it is. And the kid doesn't want to get into trouble maybe. But as you've just said, if I've understood correctly, the medication is only going to allow you to pay attention. It's not going to give you executive functioning skills. It's not going to help you plan and set goals. If you don't have that ability, you're going to remain without that ability regardless of the medication. So really without, whether it's CogFun, and I'm guessing there's a range of therapies available, without this, you're not really helping
Again, some kids
the
maybe
ADHD
help.
in many instances, depending on the child.
Depending on the child, but in many instances it's not going to be enough. In many instances, just giving Ritalin is not going to be the end of it. There are still going to be so many things, and again, we have to remember that Ritalin is usually given at school. But what happens at home? What sort of feedback is the child getting from the family or from the parents? What's it like to take them to events or to be with friends outside of school?
Or in vacation time, I realize, when you don't have school for a whole set of weeks.
These are very important parts of a child's life as well, like aside from the school. So if you've given Ritalin and they're great at school, and that's fine, we still have to look at everything and see where else there might need help. And some parents aren't even aware of the fact that they can be helped. There are strategies and things that can be taught.
I mean, you mentioned now some parents aren't aware they can be helped. There seems to also be a lot of people who feel that ADHD is a little bit pushed too heavily. Everyone seems to have ADHD nowadays, and I don't know, is it just an excuse to mask, certain behaviors that really kids just pull themselves together? What would you say to people who make that claim?
So aside from the fact that it has been very much studied, and there's a lot of evidence base for it, biologically, again, fMRIs and things that have been studied and checked, and lived experiences of people with ADHD are found to be different. They have tested them, they have checked them out, have discussions and in-depth interviews with people, and sometimes you can really see the differences. I think that at some point I can understand why people might say that, because we all feel sometimes overwhelmed. We all have some difficulties with executive functioning. When we're tired or overwhelmed or there's so much going on, that people might feel that way sometimes. The question is about how often and how it's affecting your life in the whole scheme of things. So if a person sometimes feels that way, then that's probably not ADHD. But if a child is experiencing it, or an adult, it's going through their life and it's affecting them in so many different ways. And no, it's not just an excuse, because again, there have been studies that have been done. There are things that are coming and saying they really have. And when people who have ADHD are saying it over and over, and they're saying the same things, and they're experiencing it in different ways, but very, very similar, in similar areas, then you understand that they have a real difficulty. It's not to negate the difficulties of people who don't have ADHD, but it's just not the same level. It's just not the same severity. It's not the same, it's not as often. It's not happening as often.
So with that in mind, we know that Hakshiva are building this whole new ADHD center to really focus on this as an entire entity. How much of a difference do you think this is going to make in terms of impacting the
the community by having a one-stop shop where they offer, assessment, diagnosis, therapies?
I think it can be very, very helpful. I think it can make a very big difference. Again, having worked with kids both in the community through CogFun and within classes, in school settings, I can see the difference very much, because children who are not learning in special education settings quite often are going from one therapy to the next, and it's trying to find the right thing. And parents don't have the tools to know, what that right thing is, and somebody refers them to here, so they're trying to wait, as you mentioned, waiting times to wait, and they're paying a lot of money to get into whatever therapy it is. And now it's like, okay, so now take them to the next thing, and take them here, take them there, and nobody really knows what's right or where to go or who to go to. Having things in place where you can do even in-house sort of sync. If I have the ability, there are so many other programs offered within Hakshiva, within educational settings, or like you mentioned, the therapy settings. So having the ability to communicate between the professionals, between the people who are working with this child, and hear the different aspects and see the different things, and sometimes to communicate and figure out what really is best for this child, to work together, because a child is everything. You can't separate it. You can't come and say, okay, so now he's coming for CogFun, so let's put all his emotional difficulties outside. They'll wait outside the door. He's coming into them with them. And whatever educational challenges this child is having, because quite often kids with ADHD have what's called comorbidity, meaning that they have it comes with other difficulties, whether it's learning disabilities or sensory disabilities. Those are all coming into whatever, it's a whole package. So being able to work on a child as a whole within one setting and not have to go to each one separately, and the parents sort of have to be like on top and figure out, and they don't always understand what's going on, then that can be make a very big difference for the parents and the child.
So we're not talking here about the convenience of a one-stop shop. You're saying that it allows for a much more holistic addressing of ADHD. It's not just, it'll be more effective if it's in one place. It's not just something that allows a bit more time saving and convenience. This is actually going to allow for a more effective treatment.
Yes, I really believe it can.
Okay, so with no pun intended, but if you could get everyone's attention in the world for 2 minutes, what would you tell them about the significance of the existence of ADHD and the importance of addressing it through therapeutic means as much as anything else?
What I would say is that ADHD is definitely a difficulty. I think one that a lot of children, it's very prevalent, and a lot of children have it, a lot of teens and adults have it too, and it affects them in so many different ways. But I really, really do believe, and I really want to get it out there, that it can also really be amazing. It comes with a lot of strengths, but we really need to help the environment be the right environment. We need to give the right tools and the strategies, and to help build self-esteem, because I think by the time they reach adulthood, so many of these children have experienced, so many of these teens have experienced so many difficulties in the settings they've been in. They've been labeled in so many different ways, and they start to sometimes believe these things about themselves. And if they don't have the tools and the strategies, and yes, studies do show that there are a lot more negative outcomes, whether it's more drug abuse or employment issues or things like that. But if we can really harness it, even starting at younger ages and moving on to teens, and really help them build their self-esteem, learn the tools, create environments that are supportive and recognize their strengths, because there are a lot of strengths to ADHD as well, then they can be really, really successful.
Do you have any tips or recommendations for teachers, parents, when they're coming to try and identify and strategize about how to deal with ADHD?
I think it's very, very individual, and the first thing you have to do is look at the child, what their strengths are, where their challenges are, and try figuring out how we can help them by sometimes modifying their environment, sometimes teaching them strategies, sometimes by breaking it down and helping them figure out what they need to do to get the steps right, to figure out what their challenges are, and not to keep pushing those buttons over and over, but help them learn the skills in order to succeed.
So how's that going to happen? I go to what in England is called Parents' Evening, Parent-Teacher Conference, Erev Harim, what do they call it here? And the teacher says, your child's not focusing in class. Now what? What do I do? I'm a parent, the teacher, maybe I think the teacher's just making excuses, the teacher thinks that I'm not a responsible parent. What could be done maybe to change that? Do people need to go into schools to instruct teachers? People need to take parents and give them, what needs to happen?
So I do think that there's a lot teachers can do to help kids pay attention and sometimes give them the breaks that they need to be able to refocus themselves and come back into it. But again, like we said, ADHD is a lot more than just not paying attention in class. I do think that a lot of these things can be spoken about with kids, and again, at age-appropriate level, to figure out how they feel about it. But there's a very big difference as a kid. Even if the teacher sees that they're not paying attention, but are they getting the information? Are they not getting the information? What can they do sometimes to learn to help themselves to focus and pay attention? And again, it's individual for every child. Sometimes it's even learning, setting up times for breaks with the teacher, coming to certain agreements, and sometimes it's about learning certain activities they can do in class that the teacher won't really notice, little movements that won't disrupt. I think teachers can be aware of, what, if a child has ADHD, what they can allow them sometimes to do in class, whether it's, drawing on a piece of paper, because some kids just listen better that way. So.
I'm just thinking out loud now, I'm just wondering, could something like CogFun be used to design something that could be classroom-wide effective at the beginning of a school year maybe, to allow teachers to notice which students maybe would be candidates?
So CogFun itself, I don't know, would work, but I definitely think that as an OT and with the knowledge that I have from the CogFun and the knowledge of ADHD, there's a lot that we can give to teachers and to parents to help them be aware of what the individual's needs are and to understand behaviors, understand where things are coming from, and not that it's, the child's lazy or that they're not interested or that they're being chutzpahdik. Sometimes understand where it's coming from and what they can do to help them to succeed.
Right, there's a word used before, which I don't remember what it was, but it's not when you see individual things, it's when you see combined instances. If you see a child is speaking out of turn and they're maybe not organizationally so great, and they lose track, there'd be a series of combined issues that would allow a teacher to recognize this is not a kid who just spoke out of turn. This is someone who maybe I need to keep an eye on.
Right, yes.
Okay, Risa Moore, thank you so much for joining us in the Hakshiva Center. It's been really informative to be able to learn all about what you do and how much bigger the puzzle of addressing ADHD is than just simply getting a medication.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, thank you.
ADHD is not just a diagnosis. It affects individuals, families, and communities worldwide.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field. This is not just about facts, but it's about deepening your knowledge and perspective.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
All Gdolei Israel in the previous generations repeated that message again and again. Don't ruin those souls. You have to deal them with a lot of love, with a lot of respect, with a lot of kindness. And if you see the good side in them, in those kids, and you help them and you love them and you find ways to show them how much you love them, unique ways, then they will flourish. And this is our biggest challenge today as a generation.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
How many kids in our classes with ADHD are thought of as lazy if they would just focus, if they would just stick? These kids are diamonds, and they need us to just polish and shine a light on them and put them on the right path. They're brilliant. You gotta love the kids, and when you're loving them, that penetrates deeper than any video game point system. But if they're not getting the love, they're going to look for the points in other places.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August. We are back live in the Hakshiva studio. I hope you just enjoyed that very, very interesting interview with Risa Moore, who has already been working for a good amount of time with Hakshiva, with ADHD, teaching us a little bit about what CogFund is, how she's worked with young people with ADHD. Very, very interesting, very, very informative, and very important to understand the breadth of the current programming of Hakshiva, which is nothing to say about what's going to come, hopefully, when we get this new centre underway. This brand new centre, as we said before, dedicated to ADHD, whether it's, yes, people have just hit certain goals. There's lots of cheering behind me. Yes, whether it's from diagnosis or assessment to different therapies, that's what it's all going to be, one-stop shop in the new Hakshiva Centre. That's what we're trying to raise money for. $360,000 is the goal. We are now currently up to $286,777. Exactly. No more, no less. Nothing more, nothing less, only time. Yes, so 79% of the way, which is meaningful, of course. Yes. There's only 1 hour and 56 minutes left to get your donations in. So if you're that person saying, I'm going to wait until the end, now's the time, because we're kind of at the end. So you could be the person that pushes us over, I don't know, depending how much you're going to give, a certain mark. So if you're going to give about $2, you could take us up to about $4 more. And if you're going to give a bit more, then it'll be doubled. Don't forget the generous donors have come forward to make sure that every donation that you make tonight is doubled to help Hakshiva and the wonderful work that they do. So please, please, please keep those donations coming. The various moments of excitement and chatter and noise coming from behind me are from people that are scurrying around with pieces of paper, phones, trying their best to make sure that people are donating. If you do get called once, or as I've heard tonight, some people twice, possibly 3 or 4 times, as different phone calls overlap, right, as patiently as you can tell them, yes, of course I'll donate, or of course I've donated, whatever it is. But please, please do help get the word out there. If you've got access to the link, which you should have, because if you're watching this, you must have access to the link. Send it out to other people. If you haven't got access to the link, then you can't. Anyway, so please make sure that those donations keep coming. We're going to have in the studio live soon a chance to speak to the CEO of Hakshiva himself, Matzia Spiegler. We will have him here on this very couch that you can't see off to my right and your left by look of what's going on the screen. Down here, underneath where I am right now, is the click to donate button, so you'll have a chance to do that. We've had people watching tonight live on Facebook. Everyone, I think, has now come to here. Welcome to everyone. If you've joined us in the last half an hour or so, you'll have taken in what we had earlier on. Before that, we had Uri Schneider. These videos, if you want to see them again, you'll have a chance to either rewatch this live stream and you'll get to hear me prattling on afterwards. You'll also be able to have a chance to go up to the YouTube channel with the videos will be uploaded over there. And we'll keep showing you short clips throughout the evening. So we're going to be going over to have Rav Amatzia Spiegler, the CEO of Hakshiva, shortly, and we'll be back after this.
The ability to notice at the beginning, at the onset, where a possible issue of ADHD is coming up is so important, because the earlier we can help him, the more equipped he is to handle his learning and also his challenges in life and his maturation.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. So cognitive is executive functioning treatment for kids with ADHD. What executive functioning really means is that we're helping them learn skills, organizing skills. Not just organization, but rather self-management skills. The ability to set a goal, to plan out how to get there, to maintain concentration or ability to, monitor how you're doing in relation to your own goal, and learn strategies to help themselves.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
A kid with ADHD has the engine like a big truck, but the brakes of a bicycle. So he can't control himself. And when he wants something, he has to have it right now. And when he feels attacked, then in this moment he has to fight for his life. And therefore it causes so many bad side effects that other people might think that he is spoiled, that his parents didn't treat him and taught him well enough, that he's a vicious man. But it's not true. It's a disability.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
So we know that relationships with spouses and relationship with employers and accidents are much, much higher in people with ADHD who aren't treated, meaning divorce or other types of spousal issues, getting fired from jobs.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August. We are back in the Hakshiva studio, which, in case you haven't figured out already, is in fact the Hakshiva building. This is the Hakshiva head office. This is where the magic happens. This is where all of the, but a lot of the Hakshiva programming happens here, and a lot of the very important work that goes on behind the scenes to make sure that Hakshiva can continue the wonderful work they do actually happens. And who better to speak to in this building, at this juncture, at this moment, about this thing, than the CEO of Hakshiva, Rabbi Matzia Spiegler. He's over here with us, here, live in the studio. Thank you very much for joining us.
Pleasure.
I mean, I guess we're joining you, because you're here more than we are. Okay. We'll say that he joined us, but we joined him. So just a few basic background questions. First of all, how did you get involved with Hakshiva?
A number of years ago, maybe about 5 or 6 years ago, I was asked to join the board, which I did. I've been on the board since then, and about 2.5 years ago or so, I was asked to take it over for various reasons, and I did. So,
why? Why did you say yes?
Yeah, it's a good question. I have a strong finance background, so it was needed at the time. It's always needed. It's a very important thing to do. And I have managerial experience. And at the time, I was available to do it as well. And so, after some arm twisting, here I am. And Baruch Hashem, it's been amazing ever since. What a journey!
Good job that there were people who knew how to twist their arms.
What a journey!
So yes. What's your what would a typical day in the life of CEO of Hakshiva look like? What would you do when you come in here?
Well, a main focus is, of course, to work with the board and the senior team to set strategy for the organization, to ensure that we are at the highest professional standards. We've implemented a lot of professional standards, questionnaires for our various programs, which we analyze. We have files on many of our programs, kids who are in our programs. For example, here the Moadon, the club at night. So we have files. It's not just a question of having a good place for them to come, but we want to make sure that they become optimal in what they do.
Right, as effective as possible.
Exactly. We want them to be good, functioning, healthy members of society, of Jewish society, from society. And so we try to do that by accompanying them, not just from when they come in here, but as they go out. And we have many cases where they keep in touch with the madrichim, with the counselors, and for years. And we're very proud of that. And of course, I have to have worked on budgets, the usual budget allocations, and all the good managerial stuff that I need to take
the
care
boring
of.
Stuff.
Right.
I mean, looking a little bit from the outside, like it seems to me that over the years, Hakshiva has continued to professionalize what they do, the kind of staff they have, the kind of program they have.
That's
and
right, yes.
I guess the idea of strategizing, you said before, segues nicely into the next topic, which is what we're here for tonight, to raise money for this fantastic sounding new center of ADHD. How did that come about? And how did you think about getting something like that off the ground?
Our name is Hakshiva, and so we do listen very carefully to what's happening out there. There's been a boom of people coming to live in Beit Shemesh, as everybody knows. By the way, in 2022, last year, we had almost 1,200 kids that came through our doors.
Wow.
And we know what we saw, and we did a lot of research. And, strategy always has to be adjusted based on reality. And we saw that there were a lot of cases that we were treating that ADHD was a major factor.
But you were dealing with all sorts of pieces of it, but
correct.
The major factor often was...
Correct.
Okay.
So we got together and especially in the education area, in Shalom's department, we sat together and realized that we need to open up a center that would offer services to families and the kids and young adults who suffer from it and their families on how to deal with it from A to Z. So it's not enough that a kid goes to school and the teacher gives him Ritalin and he goes home at 2 o'clock and it wears off and that's the end of the story and people don't know what to do. The idea is to give a holistic approach to the problem by giving them, there's therapy, we'll have workshops for parents, we'll have we already started, we do Kalkman therapy, but we'll have other therapies, and the goal is hopefully to also have a liaison with the medical professionals, whereby we can refer, maybe even have on staff, it depends, we'll see, it's still part of the strategy, but to have the ability to provide evaluations and medical care where people don't have to wait a year to go see somebody good.
It's that waiting of a year. When I heard that, I felt frustrated that people are... Do you feel that was part of it? Like there was a kind of a frustration that so many of these things that we're dealing with, so many things that we're contending with could be dealt with, but they're often not for some funny technical reasons. Was that part of the thinking behind this center?
Absolutely.
Let's step up and make sure that...
Absolutely. Even in our day-to-day activities, which we do, for example, our therapy group, we work even though we have at least 12 therapists, and we have hundreds of cases a year, literally, we work very hard, and we do it in a system where a new client, kid who comes in who needs therapy doesn't have to wait 6 months to a year to get somebody good. It's a few weeks. And Adi, who you met, she's the head of the department. She's fabulous and does all the intakes. And we really have good placement. And we do it efficiently, and that's what we want to do. We want to provide that kind of service also in this realm of ADHD. Yeah, exactly.
So really, you can draw on all the previous experiences that you've had.
Yes.
As you said, with Hakshiva, we listen to people. So
exactly.
we've been listening for years. So as we've improved in what we do,
exactly.
we bring all of that to bear there. Okay, so
we really do listen, and it's not ADHD. This is the focus here, but we have a number of other programs that we are rolling out, have rolled out, and are rolling out that we see as great needs in the community.
Can we have a sneak peek at any of those?
For example, we started rolling out programs for teenage boys and girls separately, but boys specifically from the day schools here, the Yeshiva Ktanas, and also the Yeshiva Tichonit and so on. For boys who don't, who struggle. In other words, when you have a classroom, as everybody knows, you have 30, 40 kids, the mechanech, the teacher has to deal with standards.
Right.
But you have many individuals who don't feel connected. We want to make sure that they feel connected, stay connected, and move on to live a proper life, a good life.
That's done in here in the center, or that's done in the schools?
No. Right now we're doing that in a couple of shuls. This is just a preview of things to come. We're doing that already in a number of shuls, and we plan to roll it out. We also plan to, we have programs for girls already, but we want to expand that also because there's a tremendous need. The teenagers, it's a complicated world out there.
Right. I remember speaking last year and also the year before, about the fallout from Corona, and how even during Corona, Hakshiva was trying to function, all the way through to.
Yes.
In many ways, it was needed more than ever in Corona.
Yes.
Did you feel, and again, maybe it's not easy to remember, but the strategy of when you saw this influx of people coming to Bet Shemesh, plus just how much of a central piece ADHD was playing some of these things. Did you feel that Corona also played a big role in bringing that to the fore, or you feel this has been coming for quite some time anyway, not necessarily to do with?
Well, I think the whole Corona period was such a bizarre period, and it brought out so many things, especially in teenagers who are sitting home. Imagine a teenager who has ADHD and he has to sit at home, and he can't. It was horrible. We've seen cases like that. So you can imagine, the frustration, not just for the child, but also for the family. So yes, it brought out a lot of negative behavior, which we've seen the fallout for. But hopefully that's a little bit getting behind us, and we can move on to really treating these cases the way they should be treated, as I mentioned, on a holistic basis, from A to Z. That's the goal, and to do it in the best and the most professional way possible.
Amazing. Well, we're on our way towards our goal of $360,000. We've surpassed $280,000 before. We're now
going.
on $288,700. We're 80% of the goal. You've got a message for people, something along the lines of donate now?
There isn't, every family in general has there's issues there, right? So even if your child particularly doesn't have ADHD, but your friend's child has ADHD, your neighbor's child has ADHD, it is critical for us to get the funding so that we can really expand the programming and do what we do best, which is to help these kids and their families. But we can't do it without you. We can't do it without the help of the community. We listen to the community, and we hope that the community helps us to continue listening to them and providing the needs that they have. And we're doing it for the community. That's
in
really
short, help us as a community to help ourselves.
Exactly.
You can do it. You can help us.
Exactly.
Ramatzia, it's been a pleasure to sit with you here, and thank you very much for all the work that you continue to do and that Hakshiva continues to do in the community.
I invite anybody who has questions, they can call me personally. I'm happy to discuss
direct access to the CEO of Hakshiva.
Issues that you might have on your mind, things that you would like to see, improvements or compliments is also great. So please, let's continue, and hopefully we'll get there in a couple hours.
Please God. All right, as you can see, you'll be listened to if you call. All right, we're going to be back after this.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
So we know that relationships with spouses and relationship with employers and accidents are much, much higher in people with ADHD who aren't treated, meaning divorce or other types of spousal issues, getting fired from jobs.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Don't miss this opportunity to expand your knowledge. Tune in and enrich your understanding.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. Getting into the shower, getting out of the shower, any transitions, anything that they're supposed to be doing, and then they're supposed to be getting dressed in the morning and they just sort of see a book and then start reading, and then once they start reading they see another toy and they're off to there, and being able to get to school on time, be where you're supposed to be and do what you're supposed to be doing can sometimes be very, very hard.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Telling someone who's trying that they just need to try harder, telling someone who's trying that they're lazy, there's two things. It demoralizes the person, but it also means this person doesn't know me. I don't want to have what to do with this person. I got you. But I got you. I got that you don't get me. I got that you're not behind me. I'm going to disconnect from you.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
ADHD is not just a diagnosis. It affects individuals, families, and communities worldwide.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Our broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD.
And really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he is spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD. It was never evaluated.
With the right tools, with the right environment and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
Welcome back to the Hakshiva studio. We've had a fairly full program tonight so far. We started the evening again with Aaron Lerner in Hebrew. Then we went live to the studio. If you didn't catch Rav Lerner, by the way, you can go onto the YouTube channel and catch what he had to say. Really very interesting. If you don't understand Hebrew, you might find that more limiting. A really very interesting person. who actually hails from England originally, but for some reason speaks Hebrew. So that's definitely worth catching up on at some point. We began this evening's programming, apart from being live in the studio, with Uri Schneider. Very, very interesting and articulate interview we had with him. We then went to Risa Moore, where we heard about the programming that she does within Hakshiva and CogFund. She's a CogFund certified therapist. What is CogFund, you might ask? Well, look, obviously you weren't listening when she spoke. You can go back. Things will be available on the YouTube channel later on, but you can also watch this broadcast back. You can skip the bits that involve me because that'll probably drive you insane if it hasn't done already. Just now, we had live in the studio, we had a chance to sit and talk to Rav Matzia Spigler, the CEO of Hakshiva, about the work that he does, how he got involved in the work of Hakshiva, the fact that Hakshiva is not just a name, but it really means its namesake, which means to listen to what's going on in the community, ear to the ground, and really try to address the needs of the community. And that's in fact how they came up with this initiative for ADHD, gave a sneak peek to some of the other programming that's coming up to do with teenage boys in various schools, and the work that Hakshiva does, always dynamic, always moving forward, always trying to be professional about everything that they do. Really, it's very, very special. And as we know from tonight, they are turning their attention to ADHD. They're building a one-stop shop center, which is going to deal with everything from diagnosis and assessments. There's different treatments and therapies that might be available, bringing all the systems to bear that Hakshiva has, both in terms of what they do for the people who actually have the immediate recipients of the therapies, and also the wider, more holistic elements of the programming that they have. They work with parents, families, and at this juncture, it probably would be important to mention that over here, I think just above, is a chance to click on links that allow you to be sent WhatsApps or emails, whatever mediums you're on, by Hakshiva, particularly focused on ADHD. So if you're someone who would like to hear more from Hakshiva about some of their upcoming programs, different tips, different opportunities to have access to different professionals, it's definitely worth doing. I think I can't see it. Where is it? Somewhere, but it's somewhere above that looks like that down below. It's actually below. Not where it says donate, another below. The other below. I'm not sure how many belows there are, but yes, nobody can see it, but apparently it's there. The good things come to he who waits. Make sure you search around. It says something like sign up here for emails to receive tips or whatever it is. Sign up. It's definitely worth it. You will be able to connect with Hakshiva. Hakshiva's details, when we're not showing this broadcast and we're not doing a fundraiser, generally you can come to Hakshiva's website, which is this same address, www.hakshiva.org, and you're able to see all about the range of activities they have, plus contact details for the various people. Even Rav Matzia, who we just spoke to just now, the CEO, said he's happy to be contacted by anyone, and he'll be very happy to talk to you and to listen. And where necessary, they'll also even innovate their programs, as we've seen from talking to him, and also with our campaign tonight. Speaking of the campaign tonight, as I just did, we're on our way towards our goal of $360,000. We're just over $289,000, so we're practically on $290,000, which means we're basically on the final $70,000. Sounds like a lot of money? It is. But you know what it's not? It's not as much as $289,000, and we've already got that. Also, every donation you give is going to be doubled, because the generous donors come forward, the matching donors, to make sure that every penny that you give will be doubled. So please make sure that if you haven't donated yet, you get those donations in, you bring them to the main campaign page. Click on somewhere below here where it says donate. Click on that and donate. You have about 1 hour and 29 minutes left to get involved. We're in the last 20% of our campaign. We're 80% of the way there. We're excited. You can hear some chatter behind me. These are some of the people that are phoning around and whatever it might be to get donations. There are all people, if you can't see, but if you go up the stairs here and up to the offices upstairs, people there busily getting involved in trying to help bring in as much by way of donated support as possible. So please, if you are able to, please make a donation. If you know someone who would like to, if you know someone who doesn't yet know that they want to, you can gently, without any coercion or force, persuade them that what they'd like to do is give a donation to Hakshiva to help them with this fantastic new initiative of the ADHD Center. You might think that ADHD doesn't affect you, but as we just heard just now from Rav Matzia, it affects us all. It affects the community. There are many people that are dealing with this on a very, very real level. And also we saw now I say now, through this entire broadcast and some of the interviews that we've had, how much it's much more pervasive than we thought it was. I personally have found it quite an educational experience meeting some of the professionals that I had a chance to meet with this year and to talk to them and find out much more about the topic at hand. Still to come on the program tonight, we have a chance to meet, we will be meeting with Dr. Ephraim Rosenbaum. We have a chance to see how we had a chance to catch up with him and what he had to say. He is an expert, well, he's a doctor first of all. He's also an expert, a medical doctor, that is, a physician. He's also an expert in ADHD and assessment and diagnoses. It was actually him that was telling us about some of these very excessively long waiting lists, and it's he who's been one of the linchpin advisors of Hakshiva to help them formulate and build this beautiful new idea. Thank you. Yes, thank you. I've just been told a name in my ear for no reason. I have to say his name. Okay, good, thank you. So as I was trying to say before the voices in my head took over, I do have voice in my head, but there's one particular voice that comes into this ear, but it's two voices. It could be him, it could be her, and occasionally it can even be my children who grab the microphone to say things into my ear. But anyway, as I was trying to say, there's a very good advert for ADHD. As I was trying to say, yes, Dr. Ephraim Rosenbaum has been a linchpin advisor of Hakshiva in the wonderful work they're going to be doing in this center. It was actually partly his, he was part of being the brainchild behind this idea and this initiative. So he'll be on screen a little bit later for your enjoyment. We will still be updating you with the revised figures as they come in. In fact, we're going to take a break in a minute. We're going to have a couple of shorts, but before that, just to let you know that by the time we get back, I fully expect us to be over $290,000 because you are going to make a donation. So we'll be back after this.
ADHD is not just a diagnosis. It affects individuals, families, and communities worldwide.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field. This is not just about facts, but it's about deepening your knowledge and perspective.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
All Gdolei Israel in the previous generations repeated that message again and again. Don't ruin those souls. You have to deal them with a lot of love, with a lot of respect, with a lot of kindness. And if you see the good side in them, in those kids, and you help them and you love them, and you find ways to show them how much you love them, unique ways, then they will flourish. And this is our biggest challenge today as a generation.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
How many kids in our classes with ADHD are thought of as lazy if they would just focus, if they would just stick? These kids are diamonds, and they need us to just polish and shine a light on them and put them on the right path. They're brilliant. You gotta love the kids, and when you're loving them, that penetrates deeper than any video game point system. But if they're not getting the love, they're gonna look for the points in other places.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
The ability notice at the beginning, at the onset, where a possible issue of ADHD is coming up is so important, because the earlier we can help him, the more equipped he is to handle his learning and also his challenges in life and his maturation.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
So cognitive executive functioning treatment for kids with ADHD. What executive functioning really means is that we're helping them learn skills, organizing skills. Not just organization, but rather self-management skills. The ability to set a goal, to plan out how to get there, to maintain concentration or ability to, monitor how you're doing in relation to your own goal, and learn strategies to help themselves.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August. Well, we're back, in case you hadn't noticed. Welcome back to where the action is happening here in the Hakshiva building. We are getting excited. We're creeping towards our goal. I did say we're going to be back after this, and I expect us to be over 290,000. Well, we are. I'm pleased to tell you that we have raised this amount of money. If you can't see it, it means you're not on the right spiritual level to understand how much money we've raised. But we have raised, in fact, 80% of our goal. That was what we had before. Interesting. I think it's a broad percentage, but we are over 290,000, is that right? We're on 290 something or other. $291,075. $290,175. Okay, it has changed. $291,172. That's what we're up to. That means that we're less than $70,000 to go. So well done, everyone who donated just now. You're a star. Slow clap. We'll give a fast clap if you can donate more. They haven't donated more yet, though. Good. All right. Guys, now's the time to donate, because we're coming up to the last hour and 20 minutes of the campaign. So things are heating up here, but we're not at the goal. This is where it gets a bit tense. So if you can try to make sure that you bring in the last donations that can help us, because the pressure's getting to us, getting very hot in here. We're not quite at $360,000, which is going to be put to good use, building a new center for Hakshiva to be dedicated to the world of ADHD assessment, diagnoses, therapies, workshops, completely under one roof, to allow people to be able to actually cut down all these waiting times and make sure that things are done in a much more holistic way. Sometimes we've heard from parents and other people that what they've had to do is they've given up going down the assessment route because it's too long, the waiting list. They end up going to a physician, they get a prescription for some kind of medication, they often medicate their kids without even getting anything properly assessed. It's kind of very imprecise, feeling around in the dark kind of thing, and you're not really helping people sometimes. As we've heard from many of our experts. Still to come on the program, of course, we said before, Dr. Ephraim Rosenbaum. He is one of the linchpins of the Hakshiva strategizing about making this center. He himself is a physician with expertise in ADHD, and he is in fact an assessor himself. So he's very interesting. You'll have a chance to catch up with him in about just over 10 minutes. And in the meantime, I can bring you good news that we are over $291,000. That's where we're up to now, but we do need to get to $360,000. So please, 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 please get your donations coming in. As I mentioned before, there's a place to click. I can't remember where it is now, but there's a place to click to be able to continue to hear more tips and important information about ADHD. So if you're not on that and you would like to find out more, make sure you click on it. They will contact people sometimes by email or WhatsApp, whatever's more convenient for you. So definitely join up with that. Just a reminder that Live For You are the company that have helped us once again bring our live broadcast to you. Big round of applause to Live For You. A very big thank you to Ephraim Dinner from Dinner Productions, which makes him sound like a caterer, but he doesn't actually, he might also produce dinner, I don't know, but his name is Dinner, and he is a video production person that does weddings, bar mitzvahs, but he also has helped us put together our very beautiful media presentation for you over this broadcast, so it's important to know about him. You can look him up, Ephraim Dinner Productions, I think, easy to find. A big thank you to my children who have been here for moral support throughout the evening. Yes, excellent. That's them clapping. That's them clapping for them. Yes, the moral support for themselves. Yeah, so this is where we are. This is the main Hakshiva building. It's converted into the studio for our live broadcast over the last 2 nights. Last night, if you missed it, you can watch it back. You'll be able to pick up some of the individual interviews also on the YouTube channel a little later. First of all, there's the Hebrew one. Dr. Aaron Lerner, he was a very interesting person, really very interesting person. I advise, if you can struggle through the Hebrew, or if you find Hebrew even easier, even better, it's well worth a listen. He was a very, very interesting person with a lot of insights into the world of ADHD, and just to hear about him and how he's grown to become part of this world, because that's not how he started out, and he became more and more part of it as time went on. So it's worth checking out what he had to say. Last night we heard from Dr. Volvi Rand, a therapist, regular Mishpacha columnist, and he has also helped treat a lot of people who have dealt with some of the emotional fallout of ADHD. We heard a lot about that with our live panel that we had last night as well, about how people have dealt with all sorts of other side fallouts that come along with having ADHD. So there's ADHD and the treatment of ADHD itself, and then there's all the other things. People are often left to be felt a little bit frozen out, demoralized, marginalized, and how he has been dealing with that. So that was Dr. Volvi Rand. We also, who else did we meet? Who was the other people that we met? We also heard from, I've gone blank. The problems with ADHD. Tonight, yes, that's true. We heard from Uri Schneider. Yes, we heard from Dan Tiomkin yesterday, of course, the celebrated media personality with expertise in ADHD. Very, very interesting people that we've had a chance to hear from. Tonight we had a repeat of Dr. Aaron Lerner. So if you want to go back to the beginning of this broadcast, you'll be able to see him there in the Hebrew. He'll also be on the YouTube channel, as mentioned before. Uri Schneider, of course, I mentioned a second ago. We had a chance to catch up with him. Really interesting. We had Risa Moore, who runs a lot of the ADHD programming currently in Hakshiva, including Cog Fund. If you're not sure what that is, check out the interview with her. Really, very also insightful and interesting. We just met before with Rav Matzia Spiegler, the CEO of Hakshiva, who has benefited us with a little bit of insight what it's like to steer the boat, having initially been brought in on the board and became eventually the CEO of Hakshiva, telling us a little bit about how these visions come to fruition and how Hakshiva is not just a name. They really do have their ear to the ground. They are listening up to what the people are telling them, what they're getting feedback from the community, and very much a dynamic process of trying to fulfill the needs of the community. And that's how they eventually came to this project with the ADHD Center. That was the idea. They saw that it was a big need. It was one of the centerpieces that was lurking behind many of the other individual programs that they're running, and that's why they decided to have this center dedicated to ADHD. Still to come on the program, of course, we have Dr. Ephraim Rosenbaum. He is really, this brainchild of Hakshiva really is very much also connected to and inspired by him and his advice that he's given Hakshiva to build this center. He is one of those people that people are waiting a year plus to see. So he understands that very well, that there is a need for this. And if you're not sure how much money we need to raise, the answer is $360,000 in total. But good news, we've already raised $291,000 of the $360,000, over $291,000. We've actually got to 81%. We've crept up a full percent. $291,877 we're up to now. So we are on the way, but we do have a fair amount to go in a fairly short amount of time. We're just over an hour, just under an hour and a quarter left to get almost $70,000. So really, we're not there. So we do actually need you, your support, your help, If you haven't donated, you're thinking, I'm going to hold out for the last hour and a quarter. We're now in the last hour and a quarter. Now's a very good chance. Very good chance, I said. Very good. It's a very good chance. It's a very good chance and a very good opportunity to donate to this wonderful cause. So please, please, if you haven't donated yet, donate. If you thought, oh, hang on a minute, there's great Uncle Harry who just said the other day, I'm sitting on a pot of gold and not sure who to give it to. Call him up. Maybe I want to give some of his pot or some of his gold. Probably best not to give any of his pots, but some of his gold to this wonderful cause. So please be in touch with the various people that you might know. Just send them the link and say, check out this lunatic who's talking on the live broadcast. But below, somewhere around here, is a button that says donate. And then if they do that, they can donate and they can live the rest of their lives in peace. They won't have to hear this annoying voice in their ear. Of course, if you know me, then you'll have to put up with this annoying voice in your ear even after the broadcast. What's interesting about this whole broadcast is the people behind me still haven't understood that we are actually doing a live broadcast. So when they make a lot of noise, we can hear them. That shushing you hear from my children to shush them, they don't hear it. It could be that they're just so dedicated. It could be that their attention is somewhat in a deficit. I smell popcorn in the air. I assume that's what's causing a lot of the excitement. And where would we be, think about it, without popcorn? How appropriate that someone whose name is Maze is talking about popcorn. Anyway, we're going to go to some shorts now, I believe. Is that right? We're going to some shorts, and we'll be back after this.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
So cognitive is executive functioning treatment for kids with ADHD. What executive functioning really means is that we're helping them learn skills, organizing skills. Not just organization, but rather self-management skills. The ability to set a goal, to plan out how to get there, to maintain concentration or ability to, monitor how you're doing in relation to your own goal, and learn strategies to help themselves.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
A kid with ADHD has the engine like a big truck, but the brakes of a bicycle. So he can't control himself. And when he wants something, he has to have it right now. And when he feels attacked, then in this moment he has to fight for his life. And therefore it causes so many bad side effects that other people might think that he is spoiled, that his parents didn't treat him and taught him well enough, that he's a vicious man. But it's not true. It's a disability.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
So we know that relationships with spouses and relationship with employers and accidents are much, much higher in people with ADHD who aren't treated, meaning divorce or other types of spousal issues, getting fired from jobs.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Don't miss this opportunity to expand your knowledge. Tune in and enrich your understanding.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
getting into the shower, getting out of the shower, any transitions, anything that they're supposed to be doing, and then they're supposed to be getting dressed in the morning, and they just sort of see a book and then start reading, and then once they start reading, they see another toy and they're off to there. And being able to get to school on time, be where you're supposed to be, and do what you're supposed to be doing can sometimes be very, very hard.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Telling someone who's trying that they just need to try harder, telling someone who's trying that they're lazy, there's two things. It demoralizes the person, but it also means this person doesn't know me. I don't want to have what to do with this person. I got you. But I got you. I got that you don't get me. I got that you're not behind me. I'm going to disconnect from you.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August. We are back in the Hakshiva studio. The hum has risen, the level of talking has gone up, and this is because of one of two things. Either we're very close to our goal, or they brought out popcorn. Okay, but anyway, so good. We are getting close to the goal. The current figure is nice, $292,356. We crept up another $500 to $1,000 or so. That's good. Well done. Still only on 81% by magic. We have just over an hour left, an hour and 6 minutes left to get to our goal. We need your help. Help us get the best part of $70,000 in ASAP. The generous matching donors have stepped forward to match every donation that's made tonight. So please, everything you do is double. You give $1, it becomes $2. You give a shekel, it becomes 2 shekels. You give £1, it's 2 pounds. I could elaborate more, but I think you got the idea. Whatever you do is doubled. If you've already donated, you can still donate again. If you're not going to donate again, someone else can donate again. And if they donate again, you can find someone who hasn't donated, and you can ask them if they want to donate. And if they say no, you can say, that's absolutely fine. But still, would you like to anyway? No, don't annoy people. But if you can, encourage people to donate to this wonderful, wonderful thing. Hakshiva, I think, is already a fairly well-known entity in our neighborhood, but what people might not know is about their new initiative. Here comes the noise again, because they're completely oblivious to the fact that we're doing a live broadcast. They do not get this part. But anyway, you may not know that Hakshiva's new initiative is to build an ADHD center. It's going to be a one-stop shop, all under one roof, from assessment, diagnosis to therapies and treatments, all to help address ADHD head-on, take the bull by the horns, and make sure that ADHD is properly addressed in the community, try to remove the need for these year-plus waiting lists that people are on, and often resulting in people not getting the holistic level of treatment that they really need, and trying to address not just the impact on the individual, but the wider family. As we've spoken to a few of the experts already, you've heard already on this program tonight and last night that ADHD very much heavily hits executive function in people's personalities and the ability to be organized and timely and dedicated to the tasks at hand and retain that focus. If you're not able to do that, it doesn't just affect you in a school environment. It can affect you at home, it can affect you socially. We heard already last night that it can even be dangerous. People can get distracted when they're driving. It can be impactful, and it requires significant commitment, be it relationships, employment. So these things are really very far-reaching, and to some extent we're only finding out more now about the effects of ADHD and who it might be affecting. You heard yesterday Adi Khan was telling us, the head of the therapeutic services at Hakshiva, that there are many women that she speaks to that will come in, and when they, after speaking for a while, she'll say, have you ever contemplated the idea that perhaps ADHD is something that is preventing you juggling various things that you're trying to juggle unsuccessfully? And people's growing realization that this is much more of an issue than they may have given it credit for. I would say about myself, just being involved in the interviews and the research leading up to this broadcast, it was definitely eye-opening for me. I definitely wasn't someone who was a massive believer beforehand, and I would say that I've definitely been exposed to a lot more information than I had. They can measure ADHD in a medical sense, in a scientific sense. You can see it on brain scans that certain people are able to function less well in the world of executive function. I believe it's this part of the brain, they said. I might have been wrong, might not have been focusing when they told it to me. Yeah, so these are very real issues. If you want to find out more about it, you can always contact Hakshiva, but as you heard before, somewhere over here is some kind of a link to click on to find out more and to be kept in the loop of various tips, emails, WhatsApp, whatever your preferred method of communication is. Hakshiva will reach out to you to let you know what's going on in the neighborhood, and also to let you know what's out there, who the experts are. Sometimes they have talks, different things. It's really worth being on that contact list, because you'll be able to find out what's going on for yourselves, or even for people around you, as you heard before from Amatzia Spiegler, the CEO of Hakshiva. He said, you know, this may not affect any one particular person, but it affects many of the people around us, and that to that extent is a communal responsibility that we have. If you haven't yet donated, please donate to help us reach our goal of $360,000 for the new ADHD Center. We are coming up towards our encounter with Dr. Ephraim Rosenbaum. We mentioned before, Dr. Ephraim Rosenbaum is a physician. He is obviously a medical doctor, but he also has heavy specialty in the world of ADHD in assessment. I would just like to pause to say a welcome to our viewers on Facebook Live. If you just joined us, welcome. You'll be able to have a few minutes of coverage here, and then afterwards you can pick up back here on the main live broadcast page on www.hakshiva.org. That's the place to come to, so you can get a sneak peek on Facebook Live if you're there now, and then join us here at hakshiva.org as we go into the final hour of our broadcast, leading up to the climactic moment where hopefully soon we'll reach our goal. That's in your hands. It's up to you to donate, so please help us with your donations. Coming up next on our program, as I said before, we have Dr. Ephraim Rosenbaum. He is a physician, he's a medical doctor. Hey, there's a picture of him, so you'll know which one to look for. If you see on the interview two people, one that looks a bit like this and one that looks a bit like that, I'm me and he's him. That's the way to remember it. So we're giving a little bit of a sneak peek and an aide memoir as to who's who and what's what. And as I said before, in addition to being a medical doctor, he's also a professional assessment doer, probably a better word for that, of people with ADHD. He has himself a list, a waiting list in excess of a year. So really, he's one of the linchpins of the strategizing of Hakshiva to build this new center, to make sure that ADHD is dressed in a very, very holistic way. I don't think that round of applause was for him. But the people behind me, as I've mentioned a few times, are completely oblivious to the fact that we are doing a live broadcast here. They don't know. We're in the room with them. We have told them, in fact, but they're so dedicated to the raising of funds that they cannot hear the words we're saying to them or make them intelligible to themselves in any way, shape or form. So I believe we're now going to Dr. Ephraim Rosenbaum. So we'll be back for the last segment of our broadcast as we move towards our goal. Keep an eye on the figure while you're watching Dr. Rosenbaum, but do enjoy what he has to say. He's a really interesting person with tremendous expertise, and we'll be back after this. I'm here with Dr. Rosenbaum, a local pediatrician in Ramat Bet Shemesh. You may be wondering, what's that got to do with ADHD? Well, we're going to find out. Dr. Rosenbaum, thank you for having us in your surgery.
Pleasure to be here. Thanks for coming.
So I guess question number one is that's what it is. You're a pediatric doctor. Ma Kesher, as they say in Hebrew. What's that got to do with the world of ADHD? How do you connect into this? And later on, maybe we'll talk about how you connect in particularly to the Hakshiva piece of this.
Sure. So I'm a pediatrician now 25 years. And about 10 years ago, I saw that there was a tremendous need for more ADHD evaluations and treatments. In Israel, in order to be able to do ADHD evaluations, you have to go through the Misrad B'Yut. You take a separate course, and you get licensed, and you have to do practical time with other pediatricians and neurologists and psychiatrists who do ADHD evaluations. So I went through that, and then since then I've been doing, in addition to my pediatrics, again, pediatrics includes anywhere from 0 to 18 years, so you have adolescents and children as well. I've been doing ADHD evaluations for children between age 7 and 18. Although you can have ADHD before the age of 7, those in general are done by pediatric developmental specialists or pediatric neurologists, and occasionally child psychiatrists. So I tend to specialize in the 7 to 18 age. And
you said that you kind of got into that more. Is that because you were seeing an increased incidence in the young people that you're working with? That said, like, this is just coming up so often. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I don't know if there's an increased incidence throughout the world. I mean, or throughout Israel, as much, or it's more of a awareness of the issue. They say also, for example, that autism is increasing, but it's not clear whether autism is increased or whether people are just more aware of the problems. 30 years in Israel, no one went to Hitpatchut Yeled, Child Developmental Services. Now everybody, goes for that. So you become more, once you're aware of something, then you tend to see it more. I had a wonderful doctor in medical school, and he used to say, a diagnosis not considered cannot be made. Right, so unless you think about something, then it's very hard to make that diagnosis. But once you're aware of it, then you tend to see it more, and then you begin to address it more. So I think it's the same in schools and at homes, and people are becoming much more just simply aware of the issues of ADHD. And so once they start to see them and realize that there's something to do about them, then it's important to get involved. I asked my father once, or my father told me once that he grew up in New York City, and he went to inner city public elementary school and high school. So he told me that if they were going to have I asked him, I said, did kids have ADHD back then? He said, no one had ADHD, no one knew about ADHD, but I'll tell you that if I had to have a reunion for my high school, it would be in Sing Sing, in the prison in Manhattan, because most of the people probably had ADHD, the inner city kids there, and it wasn't treated, taken care of, and bad things happen to people who have bad ADHD who don't take care of it. So it's been around a long time. I think it's they say Napoleon Bonaparte, certainly Donald Trump, Michael Jordan, there are people who are very successful with their ADHD and channel it well, and there are people who don't. So that's the challenge, as parents and as doctors, is to find the kids who need intervention to help and to make a big difference in their lives.
So you said that if it's left untreated, bad things happen. Could you elaborate on that a little bit? Because sometimes people will hear, okay, so someone's finding it difficult to sit still. How's that going to result in being in Sing Sing prison?
Right.
All sarcasm aside, but it sounds like it could have quite radical effects. What could happen?
Yeah, the data is pretty clear. ADHD comes in many forms. Basically, these days there's no such thing as ADD. We only have the characterization has changed. It's just ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. But then there's 3 different forms. You have ADHD inattentive type, ADHD impulsive hyperactivity type, and you have ADHD mixed. So you have those are the categories that we see. So in general, the former, the inattentive type, tends to be more girls. They're sitting in class, they're daydreaming, they're not as hyperactive impulsive, but there are boys and girls in both categories. The boys tend to be more the hyperactive impulsivity type, and then the mixed type can be either. And there are people and there are kids who, it's important to realize that inattention in and of itself is not necessarily ADHD. There are 4 probably, what I always characterize as, there's 4 different reasons why a kid can have ADHD. So you can have, it can be ADHD, which is a biological, familial problem that basically is a decrease in dopamine. Usually there's a strong or mildly strong family history. It's not just like, doesn't come out of nowhere. And those kids who basically, there's a family history, that's ADHD, let's say a little bit lower dopamine production than other kids, and that's why they have it. But at the same time, those same symptoms of ADHD can also be present in kids with a learning disability, or a kid with a significant emotional issue going on, kids who are depressed, kids who are neglected. Obviously they're busy with their internal world, so they're not really open to listening because they're too busy in dealing with that. And then environmental reasons why people can be inattentive. Poor sleeping habits, poor eating habits, poor exercise habits. All those things also affect dopamine and attention levels. So it's important to characterize. That's a lot of what we do in our evaluations. A lot of times these days people, they pay 700 shekel, 800 shekel, go to some doctor, and the doctor just gives them a prescription. No real diagnosis going on there. No looking at the kids. There's forms for teachers to fill out, for the parents to fill out. A lot of times we do interactive discussions with the patients. We actually have exercises, targilim, where that sort of force them to be attentive, not attentive. There's all different ways to test for ADHD that are more objective. It's not just a subjective type of diagnosis, and a lot of people, they're desperate, so they go to a doctor, or the lines for testing is, my line is a year right now to get into my ADHD clinic, which is insane. Kids are suffering, and so parents say, what am I supposed to do? I said, look, I don't know what to tell you. You can go to a doctor, he'll give you a prescription. I can't tell you to do that. I really don't think it's a good idea, but they'll say that's not, we don't have a choice. The school's going to kick out my kid, or they've thrown him out already. And this is why Hakshiva is so critical right now, is there's just such a demand, and there's just not enough resources in the Kupa system. And even privately, private people also can take 3 months, 6 months, 9 months to get into. And even if you want to pay 700, 900, 1,500, 5,000 shekels, there's all different levels of testing. It's just the demand is way above the supply. So that's why I think what's happening with Hakshiva, both in relationship to their center, which really wants to be a one-stop shop for everything, meaning both diagnosis and for treatment, is a tremendous bracha for the community. Certainly in the pediatric world, it's probably the most critical thing, I think, that needs to happen right now.
So you said before that the more we're aware of something, the more we actually find incidents of it. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's happening more commonly, just that we're more aware. So that strikes me as what you've described now, that there's a very weird irony. We're becoming much more aware of these things, so therefore we're finding more incidents of it, but the supply isn't catching up with that. Why is that? Is that because people don't recognize the need for it? Or is that because it's not being prioritized funding-wise by the government? What's the reason for that? Such a heavy demand and such a small supply?
I think it takes time to catch up. I think that the awareness takes time to catch up with the supply. The Misrad HaBriyut runs courses for ADHD doctors once every 3 years or so. Not very common. And then even then, about half the doctors who take that course don't end up even using it, because they've got other demands, and they have other, and money-wise, it doesn't really pay that well. They pay as equivalent to other types of medical jobs. So it's not as much as it's they're trying to do something. As with anything, they would need to incentivize doctors, I think, a little bit more if they want more doctors to be able to give more answer to the question.
This is quite shocking. And you mentioned before that a lot of people will end up just going to a doctor, getting prescribed medication, and to kind of doing it in a very blunt, forced way with no holistic look at it. If you had to guess, and I know you don't know the answer to this question, what percentage of people are doing that, out of people who need to be properly assessed? What percentage of people are just getting the medication and just getting on with it?
25-30%.
That's huge.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
And even the people who aren't doing that, they're waiting for a year to see someone. So they know the problem. And what would happen typically? They'd be in school and the teacher would say, listen, your kid is like a spring, he's up and down, or the parents would say, look, we can't at home, the organization, they'll notice certain symptoms, they suspect it might be this, and then they'll actually come to get assessed, and then they'll have to wait for a year to get, that's how it happens?
In general, ADHD affects children, people in 3 different areas. For kids, it's home, school, and friends. So once there's a deficiency in one of those areas, then usually, oftentimes it's a school. I'd say 60-70% of the cases I have, the school is initiated. Most of the times the parents agree that there's an issue, although, again, usually most ADHD kids come from ADHD families. So if you're in an ADHD family, like that's just how the house runs, and they don't see it as a problem because everybody else in the house is like that, and everybody's bouncing off the walls and having a great time, and it's a fun place. So they don't necessarily think it's a problem at home, whereas it is in school, or there's some issues with the family. As people get older, you asked, initially, what's the implication of not being treated long term? So we know that relationships with spouses and relationship with employers and accidents are much, much higher in people with ADHD who aren't treated, meaning divorce or other types of spousal issues, getting fired from jobs, accidents, broken bones, car accidents.
Why would broken bones and car accidents? Because the person just loses concentration on what they're doing.
Yeah, they're distracted.
Wow.
Yeah, so the data is very clear that people with ADHD have are much more prone to accidents and much more prone to issues with, again, friends, spouses. So people worry the medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term. So the data is, number one, they're not addictive, and the data is that the people who don't take them, who needed them, have much more complications in life than the people who do. So people shouldn't worry about the long-term complications of medicine, in which there aren't any. In children, there can be issues of growth. That is true. Because in general, it decreases appetite, and so kids don't eat well, and so therefore they don't grow as well. And so that is a potential, not direct effect of the medicine, but an indirect effect, the fact that they don't eat very well.
And how is that circumvented or addressed?
So we check weights every 3 to 6 months, heights and weights on kids, and so we follow that clearly, and we check their growth curves, and if it turns out that they are falling off the growth curves, then we either modify the medication or we get a nutritionist involved. We try to get them to eat more caloric things than they were eating before. Some kids have to go off medicine because of it, but that's rare. Usually we can find a medicine, we can find a solution to those kind of problems.
You mentioned a minute ago about some of the people say, oh, it's addictive, and the people have concerns. So if we could just touch on some of the skepticism around ADHD. I think that there's a fair body of people who say exactly how you began and said, I don't know, we were younger, no one had it, but if we had a reunion now, maybe everyone had it, whatever it is. But there is a sense, I think, among a lot of people, yeah, no one had this, or yeah, people had this, but histadarno, as they say, we got through it somehow. So I know that you said now that there can be very big fallout, but there are presumably, statistically speaking, a lot of people who had ADHD, maybe have ADHD, and got on with life.
Some did, some didn't.
Right. So people I think would be skeptical from the perspective of some people are running to find a label for themselves. Oh, my kid didn't perform well in school. Oh, he's got ADHD. Or as you said now, people go to the doctor, they get a medication. They didn't even get properly assessed yet. They're self-diagnosing. They looked it up online, whatever it is. What would you say to people who are somewhat skeptical either about the existence of ADHD, which I think seems to be very well rebutted because there's a lot of data that shows exactly what it is. We heard from other people that you can show it on scans in the brain.
Right.
But what would you say to people who say, everyone's looking for a label nowadays?
Again, if you want to research something, research it. Look into it. Not like YouTube videos and whatever, Facebook. Like if you really want to investigate a topic, then look into it extensively, deeply. Look at the medical research. Try and understand things yourself. But the most important thing is, in general, speak to experts. And I would say the biggest experts are I would say Minahelim and teachers in schools. So speak to them.
They know what they're seeing.
I've never heard a teacher or a Minahel of a school tell me there's no such thing as ADHD. Like they know, and they know who the kids are, and they see it, and they refer to us, and I don't think it's a question anymore about whether it exists.
Yeah, no, we're not debating the veracity of that it exists, but just because you mentioned Menachem now, there is a perception very often that the teacher is like, I can't deal with this kid in my class, get him medicated. And sometimes people might feel, well, that's a bit of a shortcut. Like, who's to say it's a lack in teaching talent sometimes? Mm-hmm. So what would we say to those people? Like, the teacher says my kid needs to get medicated. Who is the teacher to say anything about medicine? He's not a doctor. I've heard of ADHD. I know it exists, but I don't know. Maybe my kid. People are skeptical of it. What would we say to them? We'd say to them, go to and speak to an expert. I can't for a year. Go to a doctor and get medication.
I mean, if you think that all the schools and every teacher is biased, then you're right. There's not a whole lot to speak to. But again, usually ADHD is a pattern. So it's something that the Ganenet said, from the very beginning. It can be something mild that when the material starts to get difficult, Gemara, we often see this, it gets worse in 7th grade, 8th grade, things like that. But again, it's a pattern. So, okay, so let's say the Rebbe doesn't know what he's doing. So does that also explain why your kid loses a Rav Kav every week? Does that explain also why his room is a balagan? Does that explain, why you have to tell him 27 times to do the same thing over and over again? You could say, no, it's all from the teacher because he was a bad teacher and my kid has bad self-esteem and so now he's got all these other stuff. Okay, I guess you could say that. But in general, like there's patterns here of things. In general, ADHD crosses scenarios, meaning you should see it at home, school, and with friends. Sometimes it's 2 out of 3. Once in a while, it's 1 out of 3. But it shouldn't be like a shocking thing to a parent, like, when a teacher says this, like, because there's patterns that you should be able to recognize and say, like, that's consistent with my kid.
So if we can maybe outline, I know you just mentioned a few, like, what would be a good, doesn't mean that your child does or doesn't have ADHD, but what would be a few telltale signs that you could look at and say, you know what, I've heard this thing from the teacher and this year and that year. I personally think maybe the school's a bit biased, but I have to admit that at home I notice. What would I see at home, for example, very often? How would it present?
Look, hyperactive, impulsive is usually not very subtle. Those are kids, they're not sitting in their seat, they're always interfering, even at home. Like, I always ask, how long does the kid sit at the Shabbos table? 1 minute, 5 minutes, 30 minutes. Does a kid interrupt? He always wants to say something, he can't wait his turn. Let's say you're in the store, is he always nagging to get out of he can't sit in line, touching everything. Those are usually kids who are climbing off the walls and everybody knows that those are pretty easy. The more difficult ones are the ones who are inattentive and they're daydreamy. And so those are the kids who, again, tend to lose things. They're not very responsible with their
personal organization.
Personal in the young ages, did you do your ma'arechet, for tomorrow? I was like, no way. Like they don't do their ma'arechet at all. Homework, forget about it. They're just, or it takes them ages. Something that usually takes most kids 15 minutes, it takes them an hour. The kids who really want to do well but are very ADHD, inattentive, they just take a long, long time to do the same tasks, or you have to remind them over and over to do the same task. Those are, some of the aspects. In general, this falls under the category of executive function. ADHD is kids who have executive function. Executive function is the ability to plan something, make it happen, and follow through, without, impulsively doing something else in the meantime, being able to hold back, inhibit your impulses about things. So, again, it's a bigger picture than just this is a bad Rebbe.
Right, that I think that's very important for people to hear, because sometimes people will feel that the school's got their suspicions and now they're biased, but you can also at home be biased the opposite way sometimes. Right. Okay, so you mentioned it before, and I think maybe just to close on this, because you have been very instrumental. I know that Hakshiva have consulted with you about ADHD, and I know you said before, but if we could just talk for a few minutes, why would Hakshiva bother getting involved in an ADHD center? Like, they're not doctors, they're not assessing experts. They deal with teenagers, people who, you know, maybe need to find a place wherever they are, sometimes in school, sometimes at home, whatever it might be. Why should they get involved in ADHD?
Right. Well, and kids with ADHD tend to end up having more problems in adolescence, particularly, whether it's substance abuse, smoking, SNES issues, exposure to internet stuff. They're kids who are just, you know, they don't feel like everybody else, and they end up wanting to get more stimulation from wherever they can get stimulation. And, you know, I think there's even some data that things like caffeine, nicotine and other things like that are similar, help with dopamine production. So it ends up being a natural compensation for their ADHD. So there are kids who are at risk in general, the ADHD. So it's like Hakshiva is perfect, you know, match for this. And are all the kids at Hakshiva ADHD? I don't think all, but my guess is a significant portion. If I could imagine the kids that I've sent to Hakshiva, probably 50% probably have ADHD. So those are the kids who are at risk. So if you can intervene early and come up with solutions for how to treat ADHD in a holistic sense, which basically means getting the parents involved, doing parent courses, Hadrachat Horim it's called, or there's other things called Cog Fund, which give kids executive function skills. And the Kupa, they don't have that at all for over age 10. So like, and Hakshiva is already doing that, and that's super, super helpful. I mean, they're providing services that the Kupa, number one, don't have. And number two, they're also giving an answer for, again, even if the Kupa is doing it, the Kupa doesn't have the resources to be able to do it on the mass scale of the problem that exists. So it's why it's so important that they're doing this, and they're both in relationship to diagnosis and treatment, because it is a tremendous lack and a tremendous need, and they're professionals. Also, Hakshiva is very good at whatever they do. So I trust them. I think all the doctors in the neighborhood trust them, and we need them to be able to do this center for the kids in the neighborhood.
I wasn't going to ask another question, but I feel like I need to, because you said about the community. Would you imagine that in a frum community, we're going to see more measured incidences of ADHD because of things like Gemara in the curriculum, because of the emphasis on being in school and school-based, the combination of Kodesh and Chol? I don't know, I'm wondering maybe that in certain parts of society, like, it will be noticed, but in the frum community, maybe because sometimes we put so much emphasis on sitting down and learning, maybe for boys sometimes more than girls in a different way, because the nature of the way boys are encouraged to learn. Are we going to see more potential incidences of that, and that would give rise to more fallout when you're not able to do that?
Right.
You said, I don't know, I wouldn't say that all the people in Hakshiva have ADHD, but I would be surprised if they did. Is that because many times people that are going to wink up on certain monitors are because they fell foul of a system?
Yeah, I think that is correct. I think it's a shiluv of a number of things that, in general, our classes are very big, and so how much can a Rebbe or a teacher do in a class of 40 kids? For those kids who need attentional. An ideal classroom for an attentional kid in some of the secular schools, you know, you're talking about, you would rather have like 10, 20 kids per class. You want much more one-on-one time. They have all kinds of strategies where the kids are allowed to tap and to bang and have squishy things and sit on squishy things and give them more sensory type of things. I had one patient, he's in a more Dati Leumi school, and they let him like listen to music in one ear while he was in class, and that was the only way he could like sit there, right? So I don't see that happening in our system, right? Our system isn't really set up for, I think, the outliers. It's set up for the mainstream. So
that would have helped me a lot in school. If I'd been able to listen to music in one ear, that would really help me a lot.
Right. So I hopefully eventually because we emphasize education so much, we will develop those skills of how to work with these kids in the Haredi school system. Right now, I think there's a lot of effort, but they're limited in resources. If we gave $1 billion shekels to the Haredi system to take care of this problem, I'm sure we're smart enough, and the Minhalim I know are amazing enough that they could institute what needs to be instituted in regards to smaller classrooms and different type of approach. But with the limited resources, we're probably going to see more and more ADHD kids because the population is growing, and the emphasis, like you're saying, is on school. School is not for everybody. I always tell my patients, I had one son who was not very successful in school. He was a computer kind of guy. And, like I get these phone calls from parents and say like, can you get your son out of my bank account, please? So now he's a big wig in Meta and flies around the world and makes tons of money and doing very, he always thought out of the box, and, again, school really wasn't for him, so he oftentimes wasn't in school. But he was able to use his ADHD kochos to continue to think out of the box and be successful. But there's plenty of kids who I think aren't like that in the system, and they end up having feeling bad and having bad self-esteem. And I think the people in Hakshiva say that's one of the big reasons kids go off, is because they feel unsuccessful in our system. So I think this center should be a critical piece in giving kids the tools and the self-esteem to be successful in our system.
Amazing. All right. Basically, funding and resources will help provide what we need for the issue that we already know exists.
Correct.
All right. You heard Dr. Rosenbaum. He said it himself. Dr. Rosenbaum, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And continue hatzlacha in everything you do. And thank you for everything you do for Hakshiva.
Simcha. Thank you for being here, and best of luck to Hakshiva.
Amen. Thank you very much. I'm here with Dr. Rosenbaum, a local pediatrician in Ramat Bet Shemesh. You may be wondering, what's that got to do with ADHD? Well,
broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD.
And really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in, or a teacher will speak with me and say I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD. It was never evaluated.
With the right tools, with the right environment and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
ADHD is not just a diagnosis. It affects individuals, families, and communities worldwide.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
But as far as the broadcast is concerned, we're going to say it in terms of half an hour, otherwise it doesn't make any sense to you.
ADHD is not just a diagnosis. It affects individuals, families, and communities worldwide.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field. This is not just about facts, but it's about deepening your knowledge and perspective.
Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
All Gdolei Israel in the previous generations repeated that message again and again. Don't ruin those souls. You have to deal them with a lot of love, with a lot of respect, with a lot of kindness. And if you see the good side in them, in those kids, and you help them and you love them and you find ways to show them how much you love them, unique ways, then they will flourish. And this is our biggest challenge today as a generation.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
How many kids in our classes with ADHD are thought of as lazy if they would just focus, if they would just stick? These kids are diamonds, and they need us to just polish and shine a light on them and put them on the right path. They're brilliant. You gotta love the kids, and when you're loving them, that penetrates deeper than any video game point system. But if they're not getting the love, they're gonna look for the points in other places.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
The ability to notice at the beginning, at the onset, where a possible issue of ADHD is coming up is so important, because the earlier we can help him, the more equipped he is to handle his learning and also his challenges in life and his maturation.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August. We are back in the Hakshiva studio. It's very exciting now. Things have really heated up since you were gone, or since I was gone, since we were all gone. You had a very beautiful opportunity to hear from Dr. Ephraim Rosenbaum. I'm sure it was extremely informative for you, as it was for me. Very insightful, very interesting, and I guess very worrying about where the situation lies right now, but also the optimism of what we're trying to achieve, which is our goal here tonight, to try to help Hakshiva build their new center. We have gone up significantly since we spoke to you before. Before we were just around 290,000. We are now over $327,000. We're up to $347,000. We are 96% away towards our destination here. Destination, I said. Towards our target. Yes, we've got $13,000 left. It's easy. If you've got $6,500 lying around, donate it. It's doubled. We're there. I'd like to make a bit of a shout out now to the Landau family. Sarah, thank you very much for your message. And the one-worded response, of course, on behalf of all of Hakshiva, of course, is Okay, we're going to check out and see what's going on live here in the studio. We're going to go walkabout. So I'm going to switch from that camera to this camera. Hello. Right. Hello. This is where some of the action is happening. As you can see, plenty of watermelon to go around. And people work, yes, eating and phoning at the same time. It's actually dangerous. Let's meet some of the people that are here. Who are you?
Hi, I'm Shira.
Shira, and tell us about tonight. Have you been phoning around like crazy?
Yeah.
Have you had any successes?
Yeah.
Yes?
I had a lot of success. I raised like $4,000.
$4,000?
Yeah. Yep.
That's fantastic. Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't need the mic. Here, you guys can pass this around. Pass that around to someone else. I have a mic. That's how it works. Okay. Who else is here?
I just got yelled at by someone who was already called 6 times.
Okay. Who are you?
Esty Friedman.
Esty Friedman. And tell us about tonight. Have you been phoning around people?
Yes, I have.
Have you had any successes?
Not really, but I called a lot of people and it was fun. I had lots of weird conversations.
So you had weird conversations. That's a success, if that depends what the goal is. Weird conversations. What's the weirdest conversation you had tonight?
Well, someone was in the middle of a shower.
Someone's in the middle of a shower? They said, sorry, I'm in the middle of it. How did they answer the phone?
I didn't ask, I just hung up.
Fantastic. Maybe they got distracted, and that's why we need to build an ADHD center. Fantastic.
Yeah, probably.
All right. Anyone here got some interesting results tonight? Anyone here raised some money tonight? She got. Who's she? She's on the phone now. In fact, listen. This is what a phone call sounds like.
It's ringing. Oh, they hung up. You just hung up.
Oh, they hung up. See, that's what it sounds like sometimes. That's how difficult it is. So tell us about tonight. Have you been phoning around like crazy?
Yes, and
who are you?
my name is Hannah Hyde, and I have a lot of success. I reached my goal.
Oh, wow.
And
Very good.
it
What
was
was your goal?
15,000.
If it was $1, then...
$15,000.
$15,000? That is amazing.
Thank you.
Are you British? Yeah. Oh, there you go. That's why. That explains it. Okay. Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Let's see what's going on over here on this table over here. I don't know if they're really on the phone, but they're like, oh, we're on the phone. Are you really on the phone? What's your name?
Batya.
Batya. Have you been phoning around like crazy tonight?
I called someone and he was in the hospital because they were having a baby.
Oh, wow. And did they donate?
They said maybe in a few days, but I said there's a few more hours, so they said no.
Very good. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Any interesting stories tonight? Did you get any donations?
I got some.
Yeah, you did?
Yeah, a lot of people said they'll donate through the internet, so I don't know how much they donated, but I got.
Very good. You're also British?
Yeah.
The British people are in control here. Very good. Look, is that a real phone call?
Yeah.
Can we listen to it? This is what a real phone call sounds like. If you've never heard a phone call before, this is what it sounds like.
Well, I'm not sure she really wants.
Did she get donations tonight? Yeah? Yeah? How many millions did she get?
I'm not sure.
All right, very good. All right, thank you very much. All right, good. Oh, yes, okay. Oh, people over here. We've been ordered over there. 1 second. All right, who are you?
Chani Leibowitz.
Who, what?
Chani Leibowitz.
Chani Leibowitz. Have you been phoning around like crazy tonight?
This is a list, and I called maybe
This is an example of a real life list.
Yeah, that's
If
like
you've
a
never
real
seen
life
a list
list.
before.
It's like a lot of numbers.
I'm not showing the numbers, just showing names.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what a list looks like. Okay, and you've been
So
phoning down.
I called from today and yesterday for sure 30 lists, maybe even more.
Wow.
Maybe less. I don't know. Like a bit. I called a lot of numbers.
A lot of numbers. Good.
And I it was very successful.
Meaning you got through, or they gave donations.
Both.
Okay, excellent. You got through and they gave donations.
Yeah,
Good.
Yeah. And
How much would you say you raised? If you had to.
I think around 2,000 something.
How much?
I think around 1,000 something, 2,000. I don't know.
1,000 something, 2,000 something.
But
Fantastic.
somebody also gave me $600, and it's not in the system yet.
In one donation?
Yeah.
A $600 donation?
1,200 because it's doubled.
And it was doubled, so it's $1,200.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Who's that? Who's that?
Can I do an example call?
What?
Can I call someone?
Okay, we're going to hear a call live on air. This is what, if you've never heard a phone call before, this is what it sounds like.
Okay. No. Hey, woman, I'm going to...
Find the number. Press dial. Put it on speaker.
Hello. Hi, my name is Chani Leibowitz. I'm calling from Hakshiva. Are you familiar with Hakshiva? He hung up. That was an unsuccessful call.
How difficult this is. Are you familiar with
was an
Hakshiva?
unsuccessful
Phone down. Why? Because the person's like, of course I'm familiar. Oh, no. Oh, I've lost it. And that's how it works. So it's very difficult. And she's still raised more than $1,000. Fantastic. Even in the face of such adversity. Right, who's that?
My name is Darcy Dubovec.
And have you been phoning around people like crazy tonight?
Uh-huh.
Aha, which apparently means yes in some dialects. And
anyway, so...
have you managed to raise money?
How much did I raise? Almost $5,000.
$5,000?
Sorry, 1,000 shekels, sorry.
5,000 shekels, which is very much like $5,000, except for it isn't.
Does that make a difference?
Have you had a good time?
Yeah.
Has it been stressful?
No. A little.
And there's the figure, $348,733. Who's on that table? Anyone on that table got any?
It's all because of me. That's all because of me.
That's all you. Okay, excellent.
It's all me.
All you. All 5,000 shekels of it. Fantastic.
No. It's all because I daven that you're gonna get a lot.
You heard it here first. But who's over there? Who's that?
My friends.
They're your friends. I keep them with me at all times. Have they been doing anything, or they've just been your friends?
They're not supporting me.
They're not supporting you. right, let's pass the microphone down and see
They
who's
never
there.
gave me even money. Every time they got donations, they didn't even offer me some.
Right, I don't think it's being raised for you, the donations. I think it's more for the ADHD Centre. Unless you have ADHD, in which case... I think I found the problem here. Very good. We need a centre for these people. These people are going to be in it. Okay, 1 second. Who's that? Who's that? Pass the microphone
My
to...
friend.
Hi.
What's your name?
Sima Deicher.
What?
Sima Deicher.
Good. And have you been phoning people around trying to get donations?
What?
Have you been phoning up people to try and get
Yes,
donations?
a
And
lot.
have you managed?
Yeah, I got like $2,400 checkout.
$2,400.
Shekel.
2,400 shekels.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Anyone here got a weird story that they had tonight? Yes, she's got a weird story.
So yesterday, okay. Yesterday I was on the live stream and I told a lot of people to donate, and I had 0 shekels, and now I have nearly 5,000 shekels. So I think it helped a lot. So everyone should say something because they want money. No, I got money.
Are you British?
No,
Oh. Well, that theory.
I'm South African.
How did you manage if you weren't British? Okay, very good. So as you can see, basically, it's been very dynamic here. People calling around, people with papers, watermelon, wires, this, not sure what that's done. And that's helped us get to here. But we're still 12,000, 11,000 and something dollars short. So please, if you haven't donated yet, please make sure that you donate. Every donation that you make is doubled. The generous donors have come forward to double all the donations that we have over here. What?
Under my name.
Oh, under my name. That's what I've been told to say. There are various teams. There are various teams over here. Which is the best team here? What's the name of the best team? If you can understand that. There are a range of teams. Check them out on under the ambassadors. We have someone else on the microphone. Who are you?
Shoshi Aliwat.
Okay, tell us about your evening tonight.
So yesterday, like at the beginning of the day, I didn't have like anything. Like I didn't get any money. I called tons of people, and then after the live, the live thing, I started to get a lot of people. So thank you. And if you want to donate, please put it under Shoshi Aliwat. And yeah, and ADHD is the best. Like I don't know.
Right? A little
ADHD
bit of,
people, we rock it. We rock it. We rock it. Well,
a little bit of free advertising and some extreme confidence. Okay, so we're going to be back very shortly for the final few minutes of this year's campaign. We're going to have in the studio Rav David Sipper, the financial fundraising brainchild. But before that, someone else has a microphone. Yes, who are you?
My name is Riva Summers. I started yesterday saying I'm not going to ask family for money. So I was just going from maybe friends and people that I didn't know. And then I called one person and I thought maybe she would give me maybe 100 shekel. And I saw afterwards she gave me 1,000, and it motivated me so much because my goal was 1,000 and then it doubled to 2,000. So I was double my goal and I pushed my goal much higher, and now I'm at 6,000 shekel.
Amazing. All right. I think we, yes, and?
My name is Ahuba Bracha Gordon. Yesterday I had to leave early because I had my cousin's wedding. And
Mazel tov.
in the middle of the wedding, so someone sent me a message, someone who I called, and she goes, "Hi, I donated." And I was like, okay, like through the website, that I called her before.
What was a happier moment for you, the wedding or that donation?
No, it was just a random time. It was cool. It was happy.
You mean the donation was random, not the wedding?
It was-
You weren't just at a random wedding? Do you often go to random weddings? Hi, are you on the chassan or color side? Neither, I'm random, but I got a donation. Right, well, excellent. Speechless, as you have it there.
Bye.
Fine, so if you haven't donated, please do donate. I can see in the corner of my eye that Rav David Sipper is in the building, and we'll be joining him. We'll be joining him. He'll be joining us in the studio. We're going to cut to a short, and then we'll be back for the last few minutes after this. Check it out.
The ability to notice at the beginning, at the onset, where a possible issue of ADHD is coming up is so important, because the earlier we can help him, the more equipped he is to handle his learning and also his challenges in life and his maturation.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
So cognitive executive functioning treatment for kids with ADHD. What executive functioning really means is that we're helping them learn skills, organizing skills. Not just organization, but rather self-management skills. The ability to set a goal, to plan out how to get there, to maintain concentration or ability to, monitor how you're doing in relation to your own goal, and learn strategies to help themselves.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
A kid with ADHD has the engine like a big truck, but the brakes of a bicycle. So he can't control himself. And when he wants something, he has to have it right now. And when he feels attacked, then in this moment he has to fight for his life. And therefore it causes so many bad side effects that other people might think that he is spoiled, that his parents didn't treat him and taught him well enough, that he's a vicious man. But it's not true. It's a disability.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
So we know that relationships with spouses and relationship with employers and accidents are much, much higher in people with ADHD who aren't treated, meaning divorce or other types of spousal issues, getting fired from jobs.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Don't miss this opportunity to expand your knowledge. Tune in and enrich your understanding.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Getting into the shower, getting out of the shower, any transitions, anything that they're supposed to be doing, and then they're supposed to be getting dressed in the morning and they just sort of see a book and then start reading, and then once they start reading they see another toy and they're off to there, and being able to get to school on time, be where you're supposed to be and do what you're supposed to be doing can sometimes be very, very hard.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August. We are back in the Hakshiva studio. We are really, really close. It's $348,900. We are in the final, probably the final moments of the campaign. We just waited for that donation to come in. Keep them coming. It doesn't matter if you think you're making a small or a large donation. Every donation is doubled from the generous donors that have come forward. It's been a fantastic
evening tonight and last night, and the entire campaign's been amazing. We've heard from experts. We had Rav Aaron Lerner. In Hebrew, we had Rav Volvi Rand. We had Rav Dan Tiomkin. We had a live panel in the studio last night with experts from in-house in Hakshiva. Tonight, we had a chance to hear from Uri Schneider. We heard from Risa Moore, who works here with all the different CogFun workshops in Hakshiva. Just now you heard from Dr. Ephraim Rosenbaum. I'm sure it was very, very interesting for you, as it was for me when I had a chance to interview him. And here we are in the studio with the two, I know what we call these people, big cheeses. Do we call them big cheeses? I know what we call them. This is Rav David Sipper, the executive director of Hakshiva, and Rav Amatzia Shpigler, who we heard from also a little bit before, the CEO of this fantastic, fantastic organization. It's been an amazing campaign. We're in the home straight. What are you feeling right now, Rav Amatzia? What are you feeling now with almost $350,000?
After tremendous effort and hard work, and I really, before I tell you how I feel, I have to thank all those involved who really worked very hard. Ms. Leitner and Ms. Myers, who organized this incredible group of team behind me here, who spent the whole day today and yesterday calling and getting donations so that we can open up this ADHD center. And of course my incredibly dedicated staff who are sitting over there from morning till night, literally from morning till night, putting in the pledges, putting in the donations, making sure that everything works properly. No words really can express the gratitude and the hakaras hatov that I personally feel towards them and towards my whole staff, who are completely dedicated to helping anyone and everybody in this community as much as possible with the highest professional standards. And I have, of course, a tremendous hakaras hatov to all of you, our viewers, our supporters, those who trust in us, and those who believe that we can deliver and help as much as we can all your kids, yourselves, and the families involved. And we listen. Hakshiva, we do listen. And I invite you again to contact me personally, contact us if you have any suggestions, ideas of any things that we can expand upon. We would love to hear your input. So really thank you very much for all your support. And B'ezrat Hashem, we should go from chayil to chayil.
Rav David, what do you have to say? I know that there's a lot of the conscientiousness of this campaign sits on these shoulders. I know that we've spoken in advance of the campaign. You've been very, very busy trying to solicit the funds to be able to help this matching campaign go ahead. How are you feeling right now? $350,000 or so in.
I'm hoping it's soon going to be $360,000 and a lot more than that, B'ezras Hashem. Just a thought came to mind. There's a beautiful piece in Rabbi Yaakov Naiman in the Sefer called Darkei Musa. And he says that there's a fascinating mitzvah that comes up in Parshas Mishpatim. Parshas Mishpatim, it begins with Kisikne Eved Ivri, about a person who is sold as a slave, as an Eved Ivri. And what's this person referring to? It's a person who has stolen money or stolen a product item, and he gets sold by the Beis Din because he can't afford to pay it back. So from all the mitzvahs in the Torah, we begin with a mitzvah between man and man about a pet fellow who stole something. I mean, can we not start with Haftarecho Kamoicho? Can not start with Kibbud Av V'Eim? Why do we start with between man and man with somebody who stole something? So he mentions something very beautiful. He says that imagine you go to a wedding and you meet somebody who has an older daughter who is in her 30s. He'll say to you, oh, where are you from? Bet Shemesh. Oh, I've got a daughter who's in her 30s. Do you know somebody for my daughter? And it's on his mind constantly. HaKadosh Baruch Hu has, as it were, on his mind people who are suffering. And he has to give over a message to Klal Yisrael how to look after these children. And therefore, he can't be...
Sorry to interrupt you, David, because it's a Dvar Torah, so we can't really interrupt it. But on the other hand, we just hit $360,000. Back to Torah.
Yeah. Attention. Yes. So he said, why is it we begin with an Eved Ivri? The answer is because the Kosh Baruch Hu has his child that he's worried about. He can't talk about bring into your home in Parshas Breishis or Noach Alech Lecho. Parshas Mishpatim, as soon as he can, bring that child into your home. Look after that child. It's a child I worry about. Amatzia and the staff and the board and Bet Shemesh had his kids we've got to look after. And we're constantly looking out what we can possibly do to make their lives better. We are, as it were, taking the place of the Rebbeinu Shalom and looking after the children of Ramat Bet Shemesh and beyond. And it's a very awesome and wonderful opportunity to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu for giving us the responsibility and opportunity to look after these kids. And it's very emotional that Baruch Hashem we're going to change the lives of so many children and for so many years by opening up this center. I'd like to thank Rabbi Matzia, I'd like to thank the board, I'd like to thank the staff, the office staff, I'd like to thank all the donors, I'd like to thank all the girls who made the phone calls, I'd like to thank Mark Mays, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Life for You for all the wonderful work they did.
Let's not forget Mrs. Rotman.
I'd like to thank Sharon Rotman and the Shemesh team who put together an amazing campaign. Everybody knew about it. She didn't drive anybody crazy, but we were out there. And
we can't forget you. We have to thank
Ephraim Dinner.
Ephraim Dinner Productions. And
David Sipper, who none of this would have done it without him. This campaign, so a massive round of applause for David.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And is anybody else? I had a little list there. Yes, and Mrs. Weiss for the graphics, and for everybody who participated in this fantastic campaign. Yasher Koyach, thank you so much. And Be'ezus Hashem, we have now a lot of work to do. We've got to build a center and to carry on helping Klal Yisrael. Thank you.
I may have misunderstood, but as far as I know, 360 was the primary goal to get to really be able to build this and to get it off the ground. But I think there's a continuation of the campaign, at least for another hour. The lines are open. We're already on 361,000 now. We're trying to get up as far as we can. So please, 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 if you think, oh, well, they've got it already. No, they've got the base of being able to get this off the ground. But with your help, it'll start to fly and take traction. So please make sure that the donations keep coming in. On behalf of everyone in Hakshiva, on behalf of everyone Live for You, thank you to Alex and to Meir on the camera, and to Nissan and Denise at Live for You, and to all the volunteers, and to everyone else from us here. Thank you to all of you at home, and it's been an amazing pleasure to be with you once again. Join us again in the future, please God. For now, Laila Tov, good night, and thank you.
Thank you.
Our broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD.
And really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD. It was never evaluated.
With the right tools, with the right environment and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.